Chapter 194. Yunsheng was a newcomer, but her experience at the Imperial Magic Academy made her deeply aware that the more glamorous things were, the more often they hid filth and filth behind them. What Luo Qing said involved an old affair between a female martial artist from the Outer Hall and Zhang Zipo a few years ago. Lianxiang and Luo Qing were good sisters. Lianxiang's martial talent was slightly worse than Luo Qing's, but she was beautiful and was a rare beauty among the female martial artists from the Outer Hall. Among the female martial artists whose muscles were not inferior to the male martial artists, she was like a lotus flower that bloomed out of the water. After Lianxiang entered the hall, although she was only 11 years old, she was favored by many people as soon as she entered the Outer Hall. However, Lianxiang did not pay attention to those wild bees and butterflies. Her family was poor, and she hoped that with her opportunity to enter Wuxuan Everlasting School, she could join the Zhou State Army in the future and pave the way for her younger brothers and sisters. Who would have thought that since Zhang Zipo became the martial arts instructor, he would take a fancy to Lianxiang by chance? Zhang Zipo was not only a martial artist from the Inner Hall, but he was also the only son of Elder Zhang of the Medicinal Hall. A large part of his cultivation base was also built by relying on Elder Zhang's medicinal pills. For martial artists, the medicinal pills of the Medicinal Hall could be said to be very important. Relying on Elder Zhang's protection, Zhang Zipo was tyrannical in Wuxuan Everlasting School. Even if someone was bullied by him, Elder Zhang would appease them afterwards. After meeting Lianxiang, Zhang Zipo pestered her in every possible way. Not only did he touch Lianxiang in front of everyone, but he also asked Lianxiang out many times in the name of personal guidance. If Lianxiang did not agree, he would make things difficult for her and increase her training mission. Unable to bear the burden, Lianxiang finally could not bear it and reported the matter to the Martial Arts Center. Who would have thought that not long after the matter was reported, Lianxiang would suddenly disappear during a training trip? She disappeared for 7 days. 7 days later, when the anxious Luo Qing and a group of female martial artists from the Outer Hall found Lianxiang, her clothes were ragged, her body was bruised, and even her mind was unclear. No one knew what inhumane things had happened to Lianxiang in the past 7 days. After Luo Qing brought her back to the dojo, she ignored everyone's attempts to stop her and went to look for Zhang Zipo. This matter was even brought up to the deputy dojo master, but in the end, Zhang Zipo found several witnesses to prove that he had not left the dojo in the past 7 days. In the end, the deputy master could only suppress the matter. Lianxiang was also sent back to her hometown by the martial arts school. Not long after Lianxiang returned to her hometown, she heard that she had committed suicide by jumping into a well. Since then, Luo Qing had been fiercely cultivating. She was well aware that a woman's strength was inferior to a man's. She didn't have Elder Zhang's background, nor did she have the support of various spirit medicines. Her only way out was to rely on combat skills to make up for it. She chose the most difficult combat skill to cultivate in order to avenge her good friend, Lianxiang. Now you should know why I didn't leave the outer pavilion. After Luo Qing finished speaking, it was as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. The scene of Lianxiang being sent away often appeared in her dreams. It had also become a heart demon that Luo Qing could not overcome. She had secretly vowed in her heart that as long as she was in Wuxuan Limitless School, she would not allow similar things to happen again. She could not sit and watch a second Lianxiang appear. So you hid your strength and stayed in the outer pavilion. Do you know that what you did was very stupid? Not only did you delay your own future, but it was also impossible to fundamentally avoid Zhang Zipo's evil deeds. As the saying goes, cut the grass by the roots, and use strong medicine for a bad disease. Zhang Zipo is nothing, Elder Zhang is the real crux of the problem. After Yunxing heard Lianxiang's story, she was even more disgusted with Zhang Zipo. She came to Wuxuan Limitless School with no intention of causing trouble, but who would have thought that things would come to her one by one? Luo Qing visited in the middle of the night and said so much. The meaning behind her words was very obvious. She hoped that Yunxing could replace her and take care of the female martial artists in the outer pavilion after she entered the inner pavilion. In Luo Qing's opinion, Yunxing was the best candidate to replace her. Yunxing had to reluctantly agree. It seemed that wherever she went, she would not be able to get rid of the title of Big Sister. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will do it. Tomorrow morning, have all the female martial artists in the outer pavilion come to me. Yunxing was shocked and had an idea. The Zhang father and son's power in the inner pavilion was not so easy to remove. There would be a long time in the future, but during this period, she had to think of a way to make Zhang Zipo remember. After Luo Qing left, Yunxing simply stopped meditating. She found the prescription that Dr. Fan gave her, took out some medicinal herbs, and studied it all night. Around midnight, Yi Baiming and Qing Bai got out of the damn battle chess game. Qing Bai was already very tired. This kind of battle chess game was even more tiring than fighting. In terms of dou qi, Yi Baiming was like a ghost. His dou qi was unfathomable and could not be used up. Qing Bai secretly complained. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Zhou Xiao and gone out with the deputy pavilion master. It was better than staying at Yi Baiming's place and being tortured physically and mentally. In these 2 years, Yi Baiming had killed many blood cloud beasts and accumulated many merits. Even the emperor of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, who had always treated him coldly, saw him in a new light. He even gave Yi Baiming a Baiming mansion. However, Yi Baiming was not willing to live there and had always been lodging in the Wushuan Everlasting Pavilion. Qing Bai did not know the specific reason and did not want to think about it. As soon as the chessboard ended, they heard someone in the courtyard telling Yi Baiming and Qing Bai about the written test that had happened on the drill ground that night without missing a single word. Qing Bai turned around to look but did not see anyone. When Qing Bai was young, when he went to the cold palace to play with Yi Baiming, he had already discovered that there seemed to be an unknown power secretly protecting Yi Baiming. He and Zhou Xiao had also guessed whether it was the people left behind by the late Empress Li. There were many rumors about Yi Baiming's mother, the Empress Li, in the palace. At that time, Qing Bai and Zhou Xiao were still young. The only thing they remembered was that Empress Li was the biggest contributor to the Emperor of Zhou State's ascension to the throne. She was a legendary woman and it was said that she had nether guards that were comparable to the Emperor of Zhou State. Empress Li's sudden death had also caused Yi Baiming to suffer. As for Empress Li's underworld soldiers, it seemed, Qing Bai did not think too much about it. No matter what Baiming became in the future, the fact that they were good friends would never change. Those exchange students are the female sorcerer who played you in circles this morning. Yi Baiming fiddled with the chessboard. That's her. Looks like the outer dojo is going to change. That little fellow is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that the good days of the Zhang family's father and son in the dojo are coming to an end. Qing Bai smiled. Ever since he experienced the thrill of hunting the blood cloud beast, he was not used to returning to Wushuan Everlasting Hall. You're quite confident in that female sorcerer. Yi Baiming was already used to Qing Bai's attitude of wanting to see the world in chaos. She's a very interesting little fellow. She's a person who surprises people every time I see her. If you're interested, I can introduce her to you another day. She's a little beauty. Qing Bai made a perverted expression. Yi Baiming paused for a moment. A blurry figure floated in his mind. He said coldly, not interested. In this world, other than her, he would not be interested in any other woman. Chapter 195. The next morning, Luo Qing brought a group of female warriors to find Yunxing. Yunxing took out a large pile of scented sachets and gave one to each of them. What is this? The scented sachets looked small and exquisite, similar to the mugwort sachets worn by children during the Wuyuan festival on the boundless continent. But smelling it carefully, the fragrance inside was different from mugwort. Insect repellent sachets. I saw a lot of mosquitoes on the drill ground yesterday. When everyone is training, everyone should wear one to avoid being bitten. This kind of sachet also has the effect of calming the nerves and clearing the mind. Wearing it is very effective for women's skin, Yunxing said vividly. The female warriors were originally unwilling to come, but Yunxing's performance on the drill ground last night was too shocking. What's more, in the middle of the night last night, Luo Qing told them to listen to Yunxing when she was not in the outer dojo in the future. Now that Yunxing said that wearing a scented sachet had the effect of repelling mosquitoes, the female warriors looked at her with disdain. How could warriors be so delicate? But looking at Yunxing's skin, it was smooth and delicate, like a peeled egg. Although she was a female warrior, the principle of a woman dressing up for her lover was unchanging. After some discussion, each of them wore one on their body. The fragrance in the sachet smelled faint and very pleasant. The female warriors quickly got used to it. Don't worry, we'll know when we get to the drill ground later. I guarantee that Zhang Zipo will not dare to harass the female students of the dojo in the future, Yunxing said with a smile. According to the rules of Wushuan Limitless School, since Yunxing and the other two had joined the dojo, they had to be trained 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and evening like the other students of the dojo. After Zhang Zipo was taught a lesson by Yunxing and the others yesterday, he still had an arrogant look when he appeared on the drill ground. But towards Yunxing and the others, although he did not have a good tone, he did not dare to make things difficult for them. Just last night, senior brother Qingbai had announced that no inner hall students were allowed to bully the exchange students. Otherwise, he would not let them off easily. Qingbai's intimidation was still very effective. For Yunxing and the others, qi gathering in the morning was the easiest. A warrior's qi gathering was very similar to a magician's meditation. Even if Yunxing and the others were locked in a magic lock, it still did not hinder them from meditating. The most difficult part was the afternoon training. Under the scorching sun, Yunxing, Gufeng, and Abandon stood under the scorching sun with a group of warriors. Zhang Zipuo was patrolling the drill ground as usual. 50 jin of iron sand for men and 30 jin of iron sand for women. 1 hour. But when Zhang Zimo walked in front of Qi, he could not help frowning. On the drill ground, everyone was wearing warrior robes. Only this green-robed exchange student was still wearing a magic robe, which made Zhang Zipo very angry. You, take off your cloak immediately. Everyone will train together. No one is allowed to have special treatment. Zhang Zimo ordered. Gufeng, who was standing not far away from Abandoned, immediately broke out in cold sweat. It was almost impossible for Abandoned to take off his magic cloak. Ever since Gufeng had known Abandoned, he had never seen him take off his magic cloak. Yunxing had even made a bet with Gufeng about this. They bet that Abandoned would take off his magic cloak when he slept. In the end, the two of them waited for Abandoned to sleep, and Abandoned simply fell asleep with his magic cloak on. Yunxing was still unwilling to give up. She made another bet with Gu Feng on whether or not Qi would take off the magic cloak when he was bathing. Yunxing lost this bet even more because Abandoned did not even need to take a bath. He could just use a cleansing spell. Hence, although Yunxing was very curious about Abandoned's appearance under the cloak for almost 2 years, she had never had the chance to see Abandoned's true appearance. As expected, Abandoned did not have any reaction to Zhang Zimo's reprimand. Brat, did you hear what I said? If you don't take off your magic cloak, your afternoon training today will be doubled. For the past 2 days, Zhang Zimo had kicked an iron plate with these exchange students one after another. He was already so angry that his teeth were itching. Double training meant 50 kilograms of iron sand. Carrying 50 kilograms of iron sand on a warrior's back and standing in the sun for an hour was already unbearable, not to mention using it on a mage. He thought that such a threat would be enough to make Abandoned give in. But Abandoned did not have any reaction at all. Zhang Zimo was so angry that he immediately ordered someone to bring him a sandbag stuffed with 50 kilograms of iron sand. Abandoned did not say much. He tied the sandbag to his hands and feet and silently got into the horse-riding stance. "All right, I'll see how long you can be tough." Zhang Zimo's face turned green. He glared fiercely at his surroundings. The warriors in the outer hall hurriedly retreated to the side and tied the sandbag to themselves. Yunsheng was also given 2 sandbags. This type of sandbag was a type of sandbag legging specially made by Wushuan Everlasting Hall. It was shaped like a piece of tofu and filled with black iron sand the size of a grain of rice. It was 5 to 6 times heavier than an ordinary sandbag. Not only that, some charcoal powder was also added to the iron sandbag. After tying it to the 4 limbs and standing under the scorching sun, the iron sand and charcoal powder absorbed enough heat and sweat, causing the entire iron sandbag to become incomparably hot. Even if it was tied with clothes, it was as if a piece of iron had been branded. With such a thing tied to the limbs, the whole process could be imagined. Yunxing glanced at Abandoned. Under his green cloak, there were 4 times more sandbags than her own. That brat did not make a sound. Goofing's situation was not bad. He originally came from the mountains. Although he was a magician, he had done a lot of work in the mountains. Hour of weight was barely enough for him to support himself. When the incense on the golden cauldron burned, the horse-riding stance at noon began. Before starting today's training, Yunsheng had consulted Luo Qing about the techniques of the horse-riding stance. She tightened her waist and arched her legs, slowly circulating the inner energy in her body. The sun was blazing hot. At noon, hundreds of warriors from the outer hall were quickly covered in hot sweat. Half an hour had passed. Yunxing felt her hands and feet begin to go numb. A pain similar to ants drilling into her body from the soles of her feet. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her clothes were soaked. The iron sandbags tied to her hands and legs were getting hotter and hotter. The sharp iron sand seemed to want to break her skin and drink her blood. Yunxing clenched her teeth. The pain on the tip of her tongue made her slightly sober. With a thought, the jade marrow skill flowed out from the Shinno medical bracelet on Yunxing's hand. The jade marrow skill was as its name suggested. Yunxing only felt an icy cold inner energy rush through her limbs and bones. The originally dizzying heat immediately dissipated a lot. It was like drinking a large can of frozen cola during the dog days of summer. What surprised Yunxing even more was that when she activated the Jade Marrow technique, she suddenly realized that under the scorching sun, she could feel a vigorous inner strength. Chapter 196. The vigorous internal energy came suddenly. Yunxing was surprised, but she quickly calmed down and carefully sensed the source of the internal energy. Soon, she realized that the heat didn't come from anywhere else. It came from the blazing summer sun hanging high in the sky, so dazzling that it was only a white dot. The Shinno medical bracelet was transforming the sun essence in the scorching sun into a flood of internal energy. As early as when she was in Banana Leaf Village, Yunsheng was used to absorbing sun essence under the sun to improve her jade marrow art. Unexpectedly, when she was almost exhausted from the weight-bearing training, the effect of absorbing sun essence was much better than before. She felt that the strange tendons in her body had become stronger under the nourishment of a large amount of sun essence. It was as if a dried-up stream had suddenly been hit by a heavy rain, and the water level had suddenly risen. Since the last time Yunxing broke through to the great magician and opened up her third strange tendon, she felt that she had encountered a bottleneck in the cultivation of the jade marrow art. It was just that there was no one around her to guide her, so she had been unable to break through. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected discovery today. Yunsheng was overjoyed and quietly used her jade marrow art. Wave after wave of strong sun essence gushed out, and Yunsheng's originally numb feet became flexible. All these changes happened quietly, and Zhang Zipuo did not notice anything strange. As usual, Zhang Zipuo kept walking in the crowd, paying special attention to the exchange student in a magic cloak. The scorching sun shone brightly, making Abandon's magic cloak even more dazzling, but it was only more dazzling. Under the double weight, Abandon did not fall unconscious after a few minutes as Zhang Zipuo expected. Like a javelin, he stood there, towering over the crowd. There was no tremor, and there was no sign of him falling down. Zhang Zipuo could not help but frown, wondering in his heart, could it be that all the exchange students the hall master found this time were so abnormal? Yesterday, the female magician even defeated Luo Qing, but this seemingly weak magician did not even make a sound when carrying 100 jin of iron sand. Zhang Zipu snorted, his face full of anger. But when he walked past a female warrior with a graceful figure, a fragrant wind blew out. Zhang Zipuo could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. It was the fragrance of a woman that he had not smelled for a long time. Zhang Zipo had also participated in the mage test in his early years, but unfortunately, he did not have any magic perception at all. He could only rely on his relationship with Elder Zhang to enter the Wu Profound Limitless School. In the Wu Profound Limitless Martial Arts School, there were more men than women, and Zhang Zipuo was also a womanizer. He had even regretted it for a long time, because all the women in the martial arts school did not cultivate like women, and did not even know how to use rouge and face powder. How could they be like the Imperial Magic Academy, where those charming female mages were so alluring? A few years ago, there was Lianxiang. Unfortunately, Lianxiang, that bitch, actually reported him to the deputy director. Thinking of the delicate fragrance of Lianxiang's body, Zhang Zian felt a burst of desire. Zhang Zipuo's face drooled as he approached a female warrior who was practicing the horse-riding stance. The latter trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared on her face. Zhang Zipuo pinched her waist. When the female warriors at the side saw this, they all showed angry expressions. Zhang Zipuo, however, chuckled a few times. He enjoyed the smoothness between his hands, and walked towards another female warrior. Hour passed, and when the incense on the golden cauldron was extinguished, most of the warriors on the drill ground heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was discussing spiritedly as they untied the iron sand bags on their hands and feet. The female warrior who had been molested by Zhang Zipuo earlier threw the iron sand bag on the ground with red eyes, and ran away to vent her anger. Yunsheng also slowly withdrew the power of the jade marrow technique in her body. After an hour, not only did she not feel tired, but she also felt refreshed. The effect was even better than 4 hours of deep meditation at night. She looked around and found that the people on the drill ground were almost gone. Goofing was so tired that he collapsed on the drill ground. As soon as he sat down, the kid jumped up. At noon, the ground was boiling hot like a hot pot of noodles. Goofing, go over and see what's wrong with Qi. Yunsheng noticed that Qi was still standing in the same spot, maintaining the horse-riding stance. To abandon, carrying weights for 2 hours was definitely an overload. Goofing walked over, and as soon as he got close, Qi's body went limp, and his whole body fell onto Goofing's body. Oh no, Yunsheng, Qi is dead. Goofing was shocked. He wiped his hand under Qi's nose, and found that there was no breath under Qi's nose. Yunsheng hurried over. Don't panic, first untie the iron sand bags on his body, then move him to a shady place. He must have faked his death due to heatstroke. Look, his chest is still rising and falling. After being reminded by Yunsheng, Goofing realized that Chi's magic cloak was still rising and falling slightly. When Goofing hurriedly untied the iron sandbags on Chi's body, Yunxing couldn't help but frown. She had a good sense of touch, and she was sure that the iron sandbags that Zhang Zipuo ordered people to prepare for Chi were all tampered with. The so-called 100 catty iron sandbag was at least 120 catties in weight. Hideous blisters had already appeared on the forelimbs of Lu Zilong. Yunxing directed Goofing to move Chi to the side. However, on the question of whether to untie Chi's magic cloak, Yunxing and Goofing were a little hesitant. Yunxing, Chi will definitely not agree to let us untie his magic cloak. Even Teacher Mary can't order Chi to do so. If he wakes up and finds out that we've untied his cloak, he'll hate us to death. Goofing was a little reluctant. It wasn't easy for him to build a good relationship with Chi, and he didn't want to anger Chi again. If you don't understand, I'll untie it. He's about to die, and you're still so clumsy. Yunxing didn't say anything else, and untied Chi's magic cloak. As soon as the cloak was untied, Yunxing couldn't help but pause, and Goofing even let out a shocking cry. Chi's face. What kind of face was that? Chi's face was like a toad's, covered with all kinds of green bumps. Hour after he stood under the sun, these bumps had already cracked because of the heat. Yellow-green pus covered Chi's face. That scene would make anyone who saw it frown. No wonder Chi refused to untie his magic cloak no matter what. What surprised Goofing was that Yunxing only looked at Chi's face for a moment. Then, she bent over and took out a bag of water and gauze from the orc language ring. She soaked them and placed them on Chi's forehead. Then, she untied his collar and pressed on his philtrum with her fingertips. After a while, Chi's complexion gradually improved. When he woke up, he saw Goofing and Yunxing's concerned eyes. Then, he realized that his magic cloak had been untied. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Chi sat up abruptly, pushed Yunxing and Goofing away, and pulled off the gauze on his forehead. Who allowed you to untie my magic cloak? He angrily pulled out his magic scepter, and pointed it at Yunxing and Goofing. Chapter 197. In a fit of rage, Abandon's eyes were bloodshot, and the wound on his face split open, leaving a pool of pus and blood. Abandon, don't be so agitated. We just saw that you fainted and wanted to wake you up. It was me who removed your magic cloak. Goofing took all the responsibility. Goofing, don't apologize. We didn't do anything wrong. Abandon, it was me who removed your magic cloak. You fainted just now. If we didn't save you in time, it would have been very dangerous. Compared to Abandon's agitation and Goofing's pity, Yunxing's tone was calm, as if Abandon's face didn't affect her at all. As Yunxing spoke, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Abandon's arm. Abandon had never had such intimate contact with anyone before. As if he was stained with something dirty, he shook his hand and tried to shake it off. However, Yunxing's strength was amazing. As she grabbed Abandon's hand, she slowly sent the Jade Marrow technique into Abandon's body. Abandon's originally restless emotions were replaced by an icy cold inner force that rushed through his entire body. This inner force wasn't magic power, nor was it combat energy. It was a mysterious power that Abandon had never experienced before. The magic scepter in Abandon's hand drooped down unconsciously. He subconsciously looked at Yunxing. A pair of pitch-black remote jade eyes looked at him calmly. For some reason, Abandon felt his originally agitated emotions settle down bit by bit. It was a scorching sun, but it didn't make him feel hot at all. Abandon only felt as if he was standing on a vast and boundless sea. Feeling that Abandon's heartbeat and breathing had gradually returned to normal, Yunxing finally heaved a sigh of relief. This kid was really worrisome. Go back and rest for a while. Drink some salt and sugar water to replenish your water. You'll be fine. Yunxing's crisp voice echoed in his ears. As she spoke, Yunxing let go of his hand. Qi glanced at Yunxing and saw her blushing face. Her skin looked even more beautiful under the scorching sun. He couldn't help but be mesmerized by her. It wasn't until Gufing gave him a push that Qi came back to his senses. "Thank you," abandoned mosquito said with a squeak. Yunxing glanced at him. "Abandoned, if I'm not wrong, your face is poisoned, right?" Abandoned didn't say anything. He took the magic cloak from Gufing and put it on without saying a word. "What if I say that I have a way to cure your face, but I have to abolish all your poison skills and turn you into an ordinary person? Are you willing to do that?" Yunsheng had noticed that there was an antidote for Abandon's poison. Yunsheng had carefully examined Abandon's poison. His poison seemed to be caused by the poison magic that he cultivated. Abandon's poison magic spirit allowed him to cast any type of magic with the effect of poison. However, because he carried the poison magic spirit with him all year round, he unconsciously absorbed the poison from the outside world. This was a huge burden to his body. Although the poison was only accumulating in Abandon's cultivation now, in the future, as Abandon's magic became more profound, his poison magic spirit would have a greater impact on him. There would be a day when his body couldn't bear the burden and those poisonous lumps would spread all over his body. "No, if I lose my poison magic, I'd rather wear this face for the rest of my life." Abandon was far more stubborn than Yunxing imagined. "Abandon, nothing is more important than your life." Yunsheng was still trying to persuade Abandon. "You're wrong. There's something more important than my life, and that's power." Abandon dragged his injured body forward without another word. Yunsheng and Gufing stood where they were. Gufing sighed, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was talking to Yunsheng. "Abandon is actually the most stubborn among the three of us. Unless you can find another way to cure him, he will never allow you to treat him." Gufing caught up with Abandon quickly and supported him. This time, Abandon didn't push Gufing away. When night fell, the warriors in the outer training hall carried out their combat training as usual. What was surprising was that the annoying Zhang Zipo was not present this time. After asking around, someone said that Zhang Zipo suddenly grew red lumps all over his body after leaving the drill ground this afternoon. Those lumps were itchy and painful. No matter what Zhang Zipo did, they wouldn't go away. Helpless, he could only take leave and rest in the inner training hall. Once the news spread, the happiest were the female warriors. Zhang Zipo was a pervert. He was simply their nightmare. When Yunxing heard this, she smiled in understanding. She was the only one who was clear about the whole matter. The poison that made Zhang Zipo and the medicine hall helpless was actually not a type of poison. She was just a type of yin powder that Yunxing found from Dr. Fan's prescription booklet. This powder was developed from 4 to 5 types of special yin attribute medicinal herbs. If a woman used it, it could indeed nourish her yin and beautify her face. However, if a man came into contact with it, he would easily be allergic. Moreover, this allergy would repeat and last for more than a month. If he came into contact with it again, he would still be allergic. Moreover, the consequences would be more serious each time. People in the Boundless Land didn't know about allergies, but Yunsheng was very clear about it. Due to the absence of Zhang Zipo's harassment, Yunsheng, Gufing, and Abandon's training became much more relaxed in the next few days of training. The three of them also gradually adapted from their initial unfamiliarity with the training hall. They ate and lived together with the warriors from the outer training hall and received the same training missions. The warriors from the outer training hall also gradually accepted the three of them from their initial rejection. Especially Yunsheng. Relying on her medical skills, she quickly became familiar with the female warriors from the outer training hall. Very quickly, a month's time had passed. Other than Yunxing, who didn't seem to have any changes, Abandon and Gufeng's bodies had more or less undergone some changes. Their originally weak magicians' physiques had improved. Both of them had grown taller, and their skin was tanned to a bronze color. The night's combat training had allowed the two of them to understand some basic martial arts techniques, which was also very beneficial to their development. At this moment, the two of them looked more like dual cultivators of magic and martial arts. They weren't ordinary magicians. Standing among the warriors from the outer training hall, they weren't inferior at all. Furthermore, none of the three of them received any additional punishment. On this day, when Yunxing and the other two were busy with their daily training as usual, Lei Hu called out to the three of them. "You guys have also been here for a month. According to the rules, you should go to the medicine hall to receive a portion of beast blood today and undergo the beast blood fusion." After Yunxing came to the martial arts hall, she found out that beast blood fusion wasn't exclusive to warriors. Ordinary people, as long as they weren't old, weak, sick, or disabled, could strengthen their physique through beast blood fusion. According to the rules of Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Hall, every outer training hall student could go to the medicine hall to receive a portion of beast blood at the end of every month. Yunsheng was also interested in beast blood fusion. Hearing Lei Hu's words, she, Gufeng, and Abandon walked towards the medicine hall. Chapter 198. The medicine hall was located in the inner hall of Wushuan Wuji School. When Yunsheng was on her way to the internal affairs hall, she had passed by the medicine hall. She thought that the medicine hall must be similar to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. On the way, Lei Hu happened to mention that he had received a letter from Banana Leaf Village yesterday. He had already told the village chief and the others that Yunsheng was also in Jade Capital and that she was in Wushuan Wuji School. The village chief asked about Yunsheng's well-being in the letter. Yunsheng asked about the village and found out that Banana Leaf Village was relying on hemostatic medicine. The villagers were living well. The village chief and Grandma Lu were also healthy. There was a new sorcerer in the Dharma temple who was very kind. Only then did Yunsheng relax a little. The village chief also asked about Uncle Yun in the letter. Is Uncle Yun alright? Lei Hu didn't ask in detail why Yunsheng suddenly came to Jade Capital and how she suddenly learned magic. He also didn't ask how Yunsheng's father, Uncle Yun, was doing. When Yunsheng was in Banana Leaf Village, she was a useless sorcerer who couldn't even sense magic elements. However, her magic just now almost made senior brother Qing suffer. That was really too powerful. My father, he, is all right. Yunsheng's heart was bitter. Her father's matter had always been a sore point. We're almost at the medicine hall. Tell us about the beast blood. Yunsheng had heard from Wenren Su that martial artists were different from sorcerers. Although they didn't have magic scepters and couldn't embed soul stones, they could fuse with demonic beast blood. A martial artist, from the moment they became a martial artist, would need to fuse with demonic beast blood at every realm. This process was called beast blood fusion. In the beginning, the beast blood fusion would strengthen one's physique and make it easier for the human body to absorb battle aura. However, after becoming a martial honor, the beast blood fusion could transform into a battle technique called beast blood berserk. Under the beast blood berserk state, the martial artist could strengthen their strength by several times depending on the grade of the beast blood they absorbed. Their defense and attack power would increase tremendously. However, the price of beast blood berserk was also very heavy. If a martial artist were to undergo beast blood enhancement once, their strength would be reduced by half within a month. Therefore, martial artists would only enter the beast blood frenzy state under extremely dangerous circumstances. Take Cheng Bai, who had fought with Yunsheng and the others earlier, as an example. He was only testing the strength of Yunsheng and the others, but if he encountered a real enemy, he would enter the beast blood berserk state, and his strength would increase by several folds. Yunsheng and the others would not be his match. Lei Hu, tell me more about the Wuxuan Limitless School. Gufeng also asked from the side. Compared to the Imperial Magic Academy, Gufeng preferred the practical and hard-working cultivation style of the Wuxuan Limitless School. Lei Hu spoke as he walked, explaining the situation of the Wu Profound Limitless School, including the matters between the inner and outer halls. This also allowed Yunsheng and the others to have a rough impression of the entire Wu Profound Limitless School. The Wuxuan Limitless School was divided into the inner and outer halls. The inner hall had a total of 50 students and the outer hall had a total of 500 students. However, this was not the full strength of the Wuxuan Limitless School. In the entire Zhou state, the students who had once studied martial arts in the Wuxuan Limitless School, including their direct third-generation blood relatives, were also known as the sect disciples of the martial arts school. In the entire Zhou state, just the number of sect disciples in the martial arts school alone reached 100,000. 100,000. Wow, that's comparable to the regular army of the Zhou state. Gufeng was speechless. Gufeng, you can't speak carelessly. Yunsheng frowned. Hearing Lei Hu's words, Yunsheng also realized that the hidden strength of the Wuxuan Limitless School was actually so strong. If she was the emperor of the Zhou state, she would definitely be wary of the Wuxuan Limitless School. No wonder the crown prince of the Zhou state entered the Royal Magic Academy to study. The royal family had invested heavily in the Royal Magic Academy in the past few years, presumably to curb the power of the Wuxuan Limitless School. Lei Hu's thoughts were simple and he did not think too much. Now that he was a member of the Wuxuan Limitless School, he felt even more proud. Not only that, our dojo master and vice dojo master are also very strong. Even the famous martial saint General Yunba of the Zhou state is our consecrator. The dojo has the Discipline Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, Medicine Hall, and Combat Skills Hall. When Yunsheng heard Yunba's name, she paused for a moment. Hu Zi, have you seen old General Yun before, or is the general himself coming to the dojo to teach? How could that be? I'm just an outer hall martial artist. I can't even enter the inner hall. Old General Yun is only a consecrator in name. He hasn't come to the dojo for a long time. Big sister, let me tell you, in the future, you can't get into a conflict with senior apprentice brother Qing. He held back today. His strength is ranked in the top 3 in the inner hall. Lei Hu felt a lingering fear as he recalled what had happened. Lei Hu rambled on a lot, from the glorious history of the Wuxuan Limitless School to the teaching of battle skills at the martial Grand Master level. He roughly explained everything. Yunsheng asked around in a roundabout way, but she only found out that the number 1 in the inner hall was senior brother Yi Baiming. However, they rarely saw Yi Baiming. Qing Bai was already a martial marquis, then wouldn't Yi Baiming be even more powerful? What exactly did that brat eat to cultivate? It was as if he had his own cheat. While she was secretly guessing the relationship between Yi Baiming and the Wuxuan Limitless School, Yunsheng and the others had already arrived at the entrance of the Medicine Hall. The Medicine Hall could be considered one of the most important places in the entire dojo. Ordinary warriors from the outer hall would not be able to enter at all. They could only come here on the day of receiving the beast blood every month. Just as they approached the Medicine Hall, they could smell the fragrance of pills. The surrounding environment was also very elegant, with a few clusters of xiangfei bamboo planted. It was completely different from the martial arts aura of the Wuxuan Limitless School. In front of us is the Medicine Hall, and further ahead is the Internal Affairs Hall that we went to before. The person in charge of the Medicine Hall is Elder Zhang, who is also Zhang Zipo's father. You guys have a grudge with Zhang Zipo, so if you encounter anything later, don't talk back. Just follow my gaze. Lei Hu pointed to the rows of courtyards in front of them. There were already many warriors lining up, waiting for the medicine hall to distribute the beast blood. Yunsheng and the others casually stood at the end of the line. Suddenly, they heard a crackling sound coming from the direction of the medicine hall. Following that, there was a commotion at the front of the line. Someone screamed and fell to the ground. Some people shouted, "Not good, everyone, disperse." As he spoke, a warrior jumped out. That warrior's eyes were scarlet red, and his hands were dancing non-stop. That person looked like he had jumped out of the medicine hole. His hair was disheveled, his upper body was bare, and his lower body was only wearing a pair of shorts. His sturdy muscles were dripping with blood. Between his waving hands, the biting cold Do Chi was like a sharp sword, stabbing in all directions. A few of the warriors were unable to dodge in time and were seriously injured. It's senior brother Shangwan from the inner hole. He came out of the medicine hole. Big sister, quickly get out of the way. He looks like he's crazy. It's very likely that he was careless infusing the beast blood and went berserk. Lei Hu recognized the crazy warrior at a glance. Chapter 199. The medicine hall, which was originally in order, suddenly went out of control because of Shangwan Ta's madness. The crowd rushed and scattered. The most unlucky ones were the few students who were about to receive the beast blood at the entrance of the medicine hall. They couldn't escape in time and were injured by Shangwan Ta's fierce fighting energy. The beast blood fusion failed. Yunsheng signaled Gufeng to chant immediately to prevent the warriors' fighting energy from hurting them. If the beast blood fusion succeeds, it will naturally fail. But senior brother Shangwan has already fused a few times. It shouldn't have failed. Lei Hu briefly explained the function of the beast blood fusion. To a magician, the beast blood fusion was very strange. But to warriors, especially warriors from the continent's major martial arts centers, the beast blood fusion was the best choice for them to break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level of the martial arts realm. As everyone knew, although demonic beasts didn't have intelligence, their magic perception and physique were stronger than humans. Unlike magicians, warriors on the boundless continent didn't have magic scepters and couldn't inlay magic soul stones. But they could use the beast blood from demonic beasts to strengthen their bodies. Every warrior could collect beast blood and fuse it when they broke through to the martial arts realm. Through the beast blood fusion, one could obtain a stronger physique and better absorb the fighting energy between heaven and earth. The beast blood fusion was divided into 9 stages. The effect of the beast blood fusion would be different according to the warrior's cultivation and talent. But the greater the benefit, the greater the risk. The majority of magical beast blood contained a heavy ruthless qi. That made it very dangerous to fuse with magical beast blood. Especially when it came to the blood of high-level magical beasts. The slightest carelessness could cause a person's cultivation to go berserk. They would become like magical beasts, inhumane and murderous. The senior brother Shangwan that Lei Hu mentioned was Shangwan Ta. He was considered a high-ranking person in the inner dojo. His cultivation was only slightly lower than Qingbai's. For the past year, his cultivation had been stuck at the peak of martial venerable, unable to break through to the next martial arts realm. Some time ago, there was a rumor in the martial arts club that Shangwan Ta could break through the martial realm once he successfully fused with the blood of the blood cloud beast he had snatched from the crown prince. It was very likely that Shangwan Ta had fused with the blood of that blood cloud beast. Yunsheng saw that the medicine hall was in a mess. There were casualties everywhere. If she didn't take action, the casualties would be even more severe. Yunsheng lowered her head and asked Lei Hu. Suddenly, she shouted, "Senior Martial Brother Boo." Shangwan Ta's body suddenly froze, as if he had some misgivings. He looked behind him. Almost at the same time, Yunxing went behind Shangwan Ta like a butterfly shuttle. With a bone needle in her hands, she aimed at Shangwan Ta's sleeping acupoint. When Shangwan Ta found that there was no one in front of him, he immediately became furious. He felt that someone was sneak attacking him from behind. When Yunxing's bone needle pierced him, a layer of Do Qi actually appeared on the surface of his body. Under Yunxing's piercing, the bone needle was actually shaken off by Shangwan Ta's Do Qi. Fortunately, Yunxing was already prepared. When the bright needle missed, the power of the dark needle had already pierced into Shangwan Ta's body. The next moment, the originally crazy Shangwan Ta staggered and fell to the ground. At this time, an elder rushed out of the medicine hall. When he saw Yunxing standing beside Shangwan Ta, he sternly reprimanded, "Who are you?" "Elder Zhang, she is an exchange student from the Magic Academy. We came here to collect the beast blood." We didn't expect to see senior martial brother Shangwan rushing out in a frenzy, Lei Hu hurriedly went forward and said respectfully. When Yunxing heard the person's name and looked at his appearance, she found that his facial features were quite similar to Zhang Zi's. It was just that he was slightly older. This person was wearing a doctor's robe. Yunxing noticed that on his belt, there was also a doctor's tablet from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. It was a tablet that symbolized the scattered doctors of the four directions. Presumably, this person was the one that Luo Qing mentioned earlier, Zhang Zipo's father, Elder Zhang of the Wushuan Everlasting School's medicine hall. When Elder Zhang heard that Yunxing was an exchange student from the Imperial Magic Academy, he snorted. Elder Zhang's name was a single word, Chao. Originally, he was also a herbalist in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. However, he had some capabilities in the field of pill concoction, and after obtaining the qualifications to become the Ling Doctor, he left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After leaving the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Elder Zhang coincidentally obtained the knowledge of alchemy from the former Imperial Doctor. Relying on this book, he entered the Wushuan Everlasting School's medicine hall. Relying on his alchemy skills, he was arrogant and didn't put the other people in the Wushuan Everlasting School in his eyes. His only son, Zhang Zipo, had been ill for a while. Elder Zhang checked again and found that he wasn't sick, but that his skin had been contaminated with a special kind of poisonous powder. There was actually someone who dared to poison his only son. After Elder Zhang found out, he immediately asked Zhang Zipo. After a while, he found out that Zhang Zipo had smelled a kind of fragrance on the bodies of the female martial warriors in the outer hall. After smelling that fragrance, Zhang Zipo's entire body was covered in red rashes. With just a slight touch, he would feel an unbearable itch. Elder Zhang found a few female martial warriors. After interrogating them, he found a kind of scented sachet on their bodies. The scented sachet contained a kind of medicinal herb. After asking around, he found out that this medicinal herb was obtained from the hands of the female mage from the Imperial Magic Academy. Only then did Elder Zhang and Zhang Zipo know that it was Yunxing who did it. The most despicable thing was that Elder Zhang couldn't say for sure that Zhang Zipo had been poisoned, because if Zhang Zipo hadn't been so careless with the female students, he definitely wouldn't have come into contact with this kind of powder. Elder Zhang was definitely not the kind of person who would suffer in silence. Today, Yunxing and the others had delivered themselves to his door, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to teach them a lesson. Today's beast blood has already been collected. Not only have you finished collecting it today, you don't have to come to collect it next month. The medicine hall only provides beast blood pills to martial warriors. As for you, Lei Hu, as a martial warrior, you are willing to degrade yourself to be with a mage. You don't have to come to collect beast blood in the future. As the elder of the medicine hall, Elder Zhang was in charge of the medicine hall's share of pills and beast blood. When he said this, he even implicated Lei Hu. Elder Zhang. Lei Hu was shocked. 13 or 14 years old was the best time for martial warriors to strengthen their bodies. If he didn't have the beast blood, he would fall behind his peers by a large margin, and he would have no chance of entering the inner hall in the future. Elder Zhang was immensely pleased with himself. Towards Lei Hu, who had no background and was very average in strength, Elder Zhang wasn't worried about offending him at all. Yunxing gritted her teeth. Like son, like father. With Zhang Zipo's face, as his father, Elder Zhang naturally wasn't a good person either. Lei Hu, there's no need to beg him. It's fine if you don't want his beast blood. The reason Senior Shengwan became like this was also because of the beast blood he cultivated, Yunxing said sarcastically. She disdained to beg such a person. Chapter 200. When Elder Zhang heard this, his face changed. He pointed at Yunxing and scolded, "What did you say? You said that there was a problem with the beast blood I refined, and that Shengwan Ta suddenly went crazy because of my beast blood. Just this sentence alone is enough for me to expel you from the martial arts club. Who do you think you are? Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Club has a deputy head, and it's not your turn to expel a student. I dare to say this, so naturally I have full confidence to prove that what I said is true. I'm sure that Shengwan Ta mistakenly merged with the beast blood you refined from the blood cloud beast, and that's why he became like this." Yunxing said decisively. "Men, capture this wild girl who is full of nonsense and send her to the discipline hall." Elder Zhang looked to his left and right and signaled with his eyes. "Wait. She's right, Zhang Chao, who gave you the right to punish a student at will?" A few steps away, Zhanli and Bu Jiuxiao walked over. Fortunately, Yi Baiming did not walk with them. Zhanli walked forward to check on Shengwan Ta's situation. Zhanli and Bu Jiuxiao had just returned to the martial arts club. During his absence, Qingbai had reported to him everything that had happened in the martial arts club, including the fact that the medicine hall used the blood cloud beast to refine the beast blood to help the inner martial arts club students fuse with the beast blood. After knowing this, Zhanli, who had always been bold, took a rare cautious and conservative attitude. He asked the medicine hall to temporarily not distribute the beast blood refined from the blood cloud beast's blood to any student. But who would have thought that when he just came back today, he heard that there was a strange movement in the medicine hall. When he rushed over, he found Shengwan Ta lying on the ground. Yunxing and Elder Zhang's words fell into the ears of Zhanli and the others without missing a single word. Elder Zhang felt a little uneasy when he saw the deputy curator. "Elder Zhang, what's going on? Didn't I tell you not to distribute the blood cloud beast's blood to the students for the time being? Where did Shengwan Ta's beast blood come from?" Combat Power checked Shengwan Ta and found that his qi and blood were in a mess. Inside his dantian, there was a surge of evil qi. This qi could tear Shengwan Ta's dantian apart at any time. If it was not handled properly, Shengwan Ta would probably go mad and be unable to learn martial arts for the rest of his life. Elder Zhang stammered. Naturally, he couldn't explain because he had accepted a large sum of money from Shengwan Ta and secretly gave him a portion of the blood cloud beast's blood. In the inner pavilion, Shengwan Ta's strength was already in the top 10. However, compared to the likes of Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao, he was still a little lacking. He bribed Elder Zhang because he was anxious for success. Who would have thought that after consuming the beast blood, he would go crazy? "I'll let the commandment hall handle this matter." Zhanli knew his limits. Now was not the time to punish Elder Zhang severely. The most important thing now was to find a way to help Shengwan Ta recover. More importantly, he had to find the reason why the blood cloud beast's blood could make people go crazy. Otherwise, the blood cloud beast's blood could not be used. The blood cloud beast's blood that he had painstakingly obtained earlier would be wasted. Zhongli walked in front of Yunxing and said earnestly, "You're the magic apothecary in the Royal Magic Academy that day, right? Just now, you called him Senior Brother Bu, because you know that in the inner pavilion, the only person Sheng Wanta is afraid of is Bu Jiuxiao, right?" Yunxing nodded. Behind Zhongli, Bu Jiuxiao couldn't help narrowing his eyes and glancing at Yunxing a few more times. Just now, when the situation was chaotic, the first reaction of most people would be to run away immediately. However, this child was very calm and knew how to take advantage of other people's weaknesses. As a student of the inner pavilion, Sheng Wanta's strength was in the top 10 of the inner pavilion. However, Yunxing had also heard from Lei Hu that the most powerful person in the inner pavilion was Bu Jiuxiao. Moreover, this person was a battle maniac. Usually, he liked to find people to fight and practice his battle skills. When he fought, he didn't care about the gender difference. Almost every student in the inner pavilion was scared of him. Naturally, Sheng Wanta was not an exception. In fact, because Sheng Wanta had entered the martial arts academy with Bu Jiuxiao in the early years, the two of them were even in the same dormitory when they were in the outer pavilion. Poor Sheng Wanta. It could be said that he had been abused by Bu Jiuxiao all the way here. He was just like a human sandbag. His misgivings about Bu Jiuxiao were deep in his blood. When he heard Bu Jiuxiao's name, there was a momentary pause. It was also because of that momentary pause that Yunxing used the medical soul godly needle to succeed in his sneak attack. Although Zhongli didn't see this scene with his own eyes, he asked the people around and knew the whole story. "You're a smart child. However, you should know that in Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Academy, respect for teachers is very strong. Just now, you didn't respect your elders and slandered Elder Zhang. If you don't have conclusive evidence, Elder Zhang has the right to report to the discipline hall and expel you from the Martial Arts Academy." Zhang Li's tone became heavier. As the deputy pavilion master, he had to be clear about rewards and punishments. Yunxing punished Sheng Wanta properly. That was a merit. However, if she slandered him with empty words, that was a crime. Clear about rewards and punishments was the foundation of Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Academy. That's right, Deputy Pavilion Master. This exchange student has a bad heart. She's so young and full of evil tricks. Earlier, she did something to my son, Zhang Zipo. That child's hands and face have been swollen for a while. This kind of student should have been expelled long ago. Elder Zhang said fiercely from the side. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Elder Zhang, I want to ask you, why are Zhang Zipo's hands and feet swollen? If he doesn't do painstaking things in his life, if he doesn't touch things that he shouldn't touch, if he doesn't do things that he shouldn't do, how could he get sick? Deputy Pavilion Master, I'm not just saying empty words. He's a doctor, and I'm also a doctor. Yunxing said and took out her doctor's token. Oh, you're also a doctor. After seeing Yunxing's ability to refine medicine at the Royal Magic Academy, Zhongli had a deep impression of her. Looking at the doctor's token in Yunxing's hand, it was indeed made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Deputy Pavilion Master, what she said is true. When Big Sister was in our village, she was very powerful. She even saved the village chief who was seriously injured by magic. Lei Hu said from the side. A 7-year-old doctor who could refine high-level magic medicine. Zhang Li's originally frown couldn't help but loosen. Nonsense, she's clearly a magician. How did she become a doctor? I've never heard of someone who can refine magic medicine and ancient medicine at the same time. Moreover, you're just a doctor. How can you compare to me, a dignified individual doctor? Elder Zhang was fuming with rage at the side. He would rather die than believe that an 8-year-old child could really compare to him. Whether it's true or not, let's compete. Right now, there's a ready-made doctor. Elder Zhang, since you're so proud of your medical skills, let's compete and see who can save Shangwan Ta. Yun Sheng was full of confidence. Thank you Pudding and Su Su for your tips. Next chapter, the fox appears, the little wild cat is going to be teased. Chapter 201. Elder Zhang was speechless for a moment. He looked at the silent Shangwan Ta with a complicated expression. In fact, let alone curing Shangwan Ta, Elder Zhang didn't even know why Shangwan Ta was like this. This time, after the blood cloud beast was transported to the medicine hall, Elder Zhang personally came to make the beast blood potion. All the steps and procedures were the same as usual. It was reasonable to say that Shangwan Ta's situation shouldn't have happened. However, after Shangwan Ta took the beast blood potion, there was indeed a problem. Shangwan Ta lost his mind. If the female magician didn't use some method to knock him out, today's situation would be even more serious. Battle Strength was also observing Shangwan Ta's situation from the side. Shangwan Ta had already fallen into a coma, but from his still violently rising and falling chest, the effect of the blood cloud beast blood had not yet disappeared. Moreover, it was becoming more and more intense. What, is Elder Zhang afraid? Yunxing raised her eyebrows. Afraid? What a joke. I am a dignified doctor who has practiced medicine and alchemy for more than 20 years. How could I lose to an arrogant child like you? Let's compete, but if I win, you and your partners will immediately get out of the dojo. Elder Zhang disdainfully calculated in his heart. No matter how good Yunxing's talent was, she couldn't have started studying medicine in her mother's womb. If he couldn't see the cause of the illness, then it was even more impossible for Yunxing to see the cause of the illness. Unfortunately, Elder Zhang's plan was destined to fail this time. Alright, but if it's the other way around and I win, then what? Elder Zhang will also take your wicked son and get out of Wushuan Everlasting School. Yunxing said in a stern voice. Her eyes were about to spit out fire. You! What an arrogant tone. You, a yellow-mouthed child, actually dared to talk about this elder. Elder Zhang was a dignified medicine hall elder. Usually, who didn't bow and scrape when they saw him. Today, being interrogated by Yunxing like this, his old face was red. Wu Profound Limitless School has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Right is right, wrong is wrong. If it is later proven that Elder Zhang has indeed made a mistake in refining the beast blood, yet he still protects and condones it, then that would truly be impudent. Yunxing sneered. Her words seemed to be directed at Elder Zhang, but she was actually looking at the vice-curator's fighting strength. The father was greedy for money and the son was lustful. They were simply a pair of bastards. If they were allowed to stay in the martial arts club, sooner or later there would be more incidents like Shangwan Ta and Lianxiang. If you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring breeze blows. She had to get rid of the Zhang clan's elder. Zhonli paused and pondered for a moment. All right, I will be the witness for today's matter. Elder Zhang, Shangwan Ta's family is a prominent family in the Jade capital, so his life and death are of great importance. If you can save him today, I won't pursue the matter from before. However, if he can't be saved, or if he becomes a cripple because of this, the medicinal hall will definitely be implicated. You don't have to be an elder of the medicinal hall. Elder Zhang's complexion suddenly changed. In Zhang Li's tone, there was a sign that a storm was coming. Over the years, how could Zhang Li, as the deputy curator, not know what the Song family's father and son had done? However, he had always turned a blind eye because of Elder Zhang's ability to refine medicine. However, if Yunxing really defeated him, there would be someone more suitable to be an elder of the medicinal hall than Elder Zhang in the Wushuan Limitless School. Then, Zhang Li would definitely calculate the cost with interest. Being able to become the deputy curator of the martial arts club, Zhongli was definitely not an ordinary person. With Zhongli's words, Elder Zhang had to compete even if he didn't want to. Someone come, carry Sheng Wan Ta into the medicinal hall. Everyone else leave together. In order to facilitate the treatment, Zhongli dismissed most of the people, leaving only a few important people. Wait, I still need a helper. Elder Zhang should have his own medicine man. I also need a medicine man to assist me in the treatment. Yunxing had a general understanding of Sheng Wanta's condition, but she still needed someone to help her. Oh, I wonder if I can be your helper. Behind her, there was a low voice. When she heard the voice, Yunxing was instantly petrified. Yunxing didn't need to turn around to know who was behind her. Night Fox. Wherever Yi Baiming was, there would definitely be a strange aura. Even if he didn't say a word, he would still be the focus of everyone's attention. After more than a year, Yi Baiming, who had regained his sight, had become even more astonishing. She should have expected that Yi Baiming, Qing Bai, and the others were inseparable. Where Qing Bai and Bu Jiuxiao appeared, Yi Baiming would appear sooner or later. However, she didn't expect him to appear so suddenly. Next, she would start the treatment. If he witnessed her medical skills with his own eyes, earlier, when the deputy director's battle strength came over, the one who accompanied him was only Bu Jiuxiao. This made Yunxing heave a sigh of relief. Subconsciously, she still didn't want to meet Yi Baiming again. All kinds of thoughts appeared in her mind. Escape through the door, kill him, and all kinds of thoughts circled around her mind. Yunxing calmed herself down. She had almost forgotten that her current voice and smile included her head and figure. Everything was different from 2 years ago. Yi Baiming was blind, so he couldn't remember his own facial features. When she entered Wushuan Limitless School, Yunxing even changed her name to her previous life's name, Yan Yun, for safety's sake. She calmly turned around and looked at the source of the voice with everyone else. Yi Baiming was dressed in black, and Qing Bai was dressed in white. The two of them, one in black and one in white, were extremely outstanding people. When they stood in the medicine hall, the small medicine hall suddenly felt like it was graced by their presence. Especially Yi Baiming. After Yunxing caught a glimpse of him on the street last time, this time, seeing him face to face, she still felt a sense of amazement. This guy was getting more and more monstrous as he grew up. In this life, Yunxing had seen many handsome men. Among them, the only ones who could compare to Yi Baiming were probably Xia Ximing, Xia Wenqiu, and the immortal residence nation's Divine Wind. However, compared to Divine Wind's ethereal beauty and Xia Wenqiu's handsomeness that was like the warm winter sun, Yi Baiming's handsomeness carried a sense of tyranny and evil. Qi, who was standing behind Yunxing, saw the appearance of the person who came, then looked at the slightly stunned Yunxing. The ugly face under the magic cloak couldn't help but tremble, and an obscure feeling flashed through his heart. Seeing Yunxing staring at him in a daze, Yi Baiming frowned in displeasure. He mistakenly thought that Yunxing was like other girls, falling head over heels for his appearance. Qing Bai had previously said that this female magician from the Royal Magic Academy was very special. Now that he looked at her, other than her elegant appearance, she was no different from an ordinary girl. Yunxing sharply caught the hint of disdain in his eyes. She pursed her lips. This guy was still as shameless as ever. When they were in Banana Leaf Village, although Yi Baiming was still blind, his outstanding appearance had charmed all the village girls in Banana Leaf Village. Although he was blind, his senses were sharp, and he would always show a look of disgust every time. Yunxing silently cursed. Yi Baiming seemed to be inseparable from Qing Bai. When the two of them stood together, it really was an extremely eye-catching picture. She just didn't know if the fox was on top or bottom. If Yi Baiming knew what was going on in Yunxing's head, he would probably vomit blood in anger. The deputy curator agreed to Yunxing's request. Bu Jiuxiao helped Sheng Wanta up and walked towards the medicine hall. Chapter 202. In a secluded elixir room in the pharmacy, the deputy curator, Zhangli, Bu Jiuxiao, Elder Zhang, Elder Zhang's medicine boy, and Yunxing all gathered around Sheng Wanta. According to the order, Elder Zhang should start the treatment first. After all, he was the one who made the beast blood, so he should be the clearest about Sheng Wanta's condition. Lu San, according to the rules of the pharmacy, you should have tested the beast blood that Sheng Wanta took in advance. Did you feel any discomfort? Elder Zhang asked his medicine boy. After getting a negative answer, he methodically checked Sheng Wanta's pulse, eyelids, and heartbeat. Then he found the bottle that contained the beast blood and took some of it. After a careful examination, he still didn't find any clues. As time passed, Elder Zhang still didn't have a clue. He kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. Elder Zhang, it's getting dark. Have you found out the cause of the illness? Yunxing asked indifferently. What's the rush? Sheng Wanta's condition is a strange illness. It has never appeared in the whole Zhou state. Deputy Curator, I think we should go to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and ask some doctors to come and discuss. Elder Zhang really couldn't figure out why Sheng Wanta went crazy. Zhangli looked at Yunxing again. What do you think? Should we ask the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to come and help? If it wasn't necessary, Zhangli didn't want to ask the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to come. No need. I just need to take the same blood of the Blood Cloud Beast and the records of Sheng Wanta's previous beast blood fusion. Yunxing was full of confidence. She didn't hesitate at all in her words. Her magnanimous gaze and confident tone made Elder Zhang even more embarrassed. Nonsense. You alone can't cure Sheng Wanta's strange disease. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid Sheng Wanta will be in danger. Elder Zhang blushed. The female magician was obviously fooling around. She didn't even check the patient and claimed that she could cure Sheng Wanta. It was impossible. Deputy Curator, I dare to use my life to guarantee that as long as you let me treat him, not only will I be able to cure him, I can also guarantee that tomorrow morning, Wu Profound Limitless Hall will have another Martial Marquis. Just as Yunxing finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. What arrogant words, but if she didn't have full confidence, where did this female magician's confidence come from? Wu Ho, that meant that she had the confidence to help Sheng Wanta break through. To be able to help a cultivator who had gone berserk break through, there was probably no doctor in the world who had the confidence to do so. If Elder Zhang couldn't do it, perhaps even Wen Dogwo of Zhou State might not be able to do it. Fighting strength hesitated. In his early years on the battlefield, he had never been as hesitant as he was today. If he succeeded, then it would naturally be the good news of Wu Profound Limitless Hall, but if he failed, Yunxing, who was used to seeing the entangled mentality of the family members of patients, saw that fighting strength was silent. She knew that he was very entangled at this moment. She took a step forward and said with incomparable sincerity, Deputy Curator, you must believe that none of the cultivators of Wu Profound Limitless Hall are greedy for life and afraid of death. Master, just let her give it a try. Lu San, according to what she said, bring another set of beast blood and the records of Sheng Wanta's beast blood fusion in the early years. Yi Baiming glanced at Yunxing. He wanted to know what Yunxing planned to do next. The new set of beast blood and the records of Sheng Wanta's beast blood fusion in the previous years were sent over not long after. The beast blood had already been delivered, but Yunxing did not immediately make a move. She first flipped through the records of Sheng Wanta's beast blood fusion in the previous years. As she read, Yunxing sighed in her heart. Sheng Wanta could be considered an expert at leveling up. In the 5 years that he had been in the hall, he had successfully fused beast blood 3 times. Every fusion was very successful. None of them were like this time. Deputy Curator, if you want to see a doctor, I have another condition. You also know that I was born as a magician, and what I learned was the combination of ancient medical skills and magic potions. When I am treating, I must use magic, but right now, I am under a magic lock, so I cannot use magic. Yunxing said and paused. You are negotiating with me. You want me to break the rules of Wuxuan Limitless School and help you unlock your magic lock. Zhonli frowned. He was somewhat displeased. Bu Jiuxiao and the others who were at the side could not help but look at Yunxing in a new light. Yi Baiming narrowed his gray eyes. In Wuxuan Limitless School, the only one who dared to negotiate with Zhonli was probably Yunxing. Even in the entire Zhou state, there were no more than 5 people who dared to talk about conditions with Zhonli. As the deputy curator of Wuxuan Limitless School, Zhonli had a high position and authority. In the daily affairs of the martial arts school, it could be said that hundreds of people responded to his call. The taste of being threatened was not good. If you want me to promise to unlock the magic lock, that is fine, but you have to withstand my test. He snorted, and an invisible do chi spread out. The small medicine hall suddenly became tense. Yunxing only felt a strong pressure on her body, as if someone was going to crush her bones, internal organs, and internal organs. Yunxing sneered in her heart. He wanted to use his pressure to make her submit. How could she give in? From the day she put on the magic lock, she had already said that she would remove it. Not only did she want to remove it, she also wanted the people of Wuxuan Limitless School to personally beg her to remove it. Yunxing straightened her back, her pair of black eyes staring at Zhonli from beginning to end. Her eyes were magnanimous, without the slightest bit of fear. It's not a condition, I'm just asking for the reward I deserve. I'm just an exchange student, not a member of the martial arts school. Treating Sheng Wanta was only out of my medical ethics, I don't need a reward. My condition is that you must unlock my magic lock. Not only that, I also have a request, and that is that the 3 of us can freely use magic in Wuxuan Limitless School from now on. Yunxing's face was calm. What if I don't agree? The duki around Zhonli's body became even more biting cold. The biting cold do chi was like a wildly dancing blade, brushing past Yunxing with a chi-chi sound. Her tender skin was cut open, and she was also forced to take a step back. However, Yunxing was not frightened by Zhonli's appearance. She took a deep breath, squatted down, and used the horse-riding stance. Good fellow, she actually went against the deputy director. The expressions of the people at the side suddenly changed. Zhonli coldly snorted. His cultivation was considered to be one of the top figures in the current Jade capital. In terms of strength, he was probably only below the father and son of the Yun residents, who had reached the level of a martial sage. Yunxing was now an archmage, and with the physique of a magician, Zhonli could crush her into pieces in a matter of minutes. However, the Yunxing in front of him greatly exceeded his expectations. The biting cold duki was still fluttering around Yunxing, and there were bloody wounds on her face. The few people at the side were all forced to use their duki to protect themselves, and only then could they barely avoid being injured by Zhonli's duki. Zhonli's eyes narrowed again, and a wave of duki collided head-on with Yunxing. This attack contained 20% of Zhonli's strength. Seeing that wave of duki colliding with Yunxing, her body flew out like a willow leaf, smashing into the wall at the side. Chapter 203. Just as Yunxing was about to be smashed into the wall and heavily injured, a wide black robe swept past her like a leaf. Yunxing's body was gently caught by the robe and she was already in a tight embrace. Yi Baiming flicked his sleeve again and sucked the battle chi into his sleeve. Feeling the thick arms beneath her, Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously raised her head, but unfortunately, she wasn't tall enough and could only see the perfect curve of his chin. Yi Baiming, who was already 13 years old this year, already had some stubble on his chin and his Adam's apple was even more prominent. Through the thin spring clothes, Yunsheng could feel Yi Baiming's steady heartbeat. It was abnormally strong, and it shook her brain until it was ringing. Yi Baiming was also bending over to look at Yunsheng in his arms. What entered his eyes was a pair of dark eyes that flashed with astonishment. Yi Baiming discovered that this female magus from the Imperial Magic Academy had a pair of very beautiful eyes. Ever since he regained his sight, Yi Baiming had seen many women. The imperial concubines in Zhou State's palace, the female warriors in the dojo, and there was no lack of outstanding beauties like Chen Lianer. However, none of them had a pair of clear and beautiful eyes like the woman in his arms. At this moment, in Yi Baiming's eyes, Yunsheng's eyes were filled with fear, like a frightened deer. Yi Baiming's actions had shocked his two good brothers and his teacher. What kind of show was this? Could it be that Yi Baiming had suddenly changed? Cheng Bai was even more indignant at the side. Sigh, Baiming, aren't your hands a little too long? No matter what, this scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress should be played by the handsome and suave me. Not only did those who knew Yi Baiming not understand, even Yi Baiming himself didn't understand why he had suddenly acted. The other party was just a stranger he had never met before. He had never been a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Ahem, Baiming, Shengwanta is going to die if you keep hugging him like this. Even Bu Jiuxiao couldn't stand it anymore. He used a teasing tone to wake Yi Baiming up. At the same time, he also woke everyone else up. Yi Baiming let go of his hands and retreated to the side. His face was still cool, but his ears were slightly red. The deputy curator also looked at the two red-faced students with a faint smile on his face. Ah, Baiming, this child, is finally enlightened. Zhonli had never seen his disciple blushing. Today, he had learned something new. Based on his combat experience, he seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. You're a stubborn lass. Fine, I can remove the magic lock for you, and I can also remove the magic lock for your two companions, but you must cure Shengwan Ta. Combat strengths probing just now actually didn't make Yunsheng yield, this already made him very surprised. I definitely won't disappoint the deputy curator. Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief. She had achieved her goal. Zhonli was a man of his words. He immediately used his Do Qi to remove the magic lock on Yunsheng. Once the magic lock was removed, Yunsheng immediately started the treatment. Please help me test these portions of beast blood. I want to see the process of blood fusion with my own eyes. Yunsheng took the beast blood and sniffed it. Shengwan Ta had fused the beast blood 3 times. Including this time, he had fused the beast blood 4 times. Earlier, when Yi Baiming stood up, Yunsheng didn't stop him because she knew that Yi Baiming's body was very strong. If even Shengwan Ta couldn't suppress the beast blood, there probably weren't many people in Wuxian Wuji school who could control it. Yi Baiming could be considered a candidate. But what puzzled Yunsheng was that when she said that Yi Baiming would undergo the beast blood fusion, the people around looked at each other. Especially Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao, their expressions were very strange. Could it be that she said something wrong? What, you can't do it? Yunsheng glanced at Yi Baiming. The latter was silent and looked at her meaningfully. I can do it, but I don't know if you can. There's no problem at all. Yunsheng was curious. Yi Baiming, don't be so wishy-washy. Someone, prepare the bathtub. Cheng Bai grinned. The combat strength at the side gave him a warning look, and that guy immediately became quiet. Prepare the bathtub. An ominous premonition immediately arose in Yunxing's heart. Could it be that the so-called beast blood fusion was not to be drunk directly? Seeing a wooden tub filled with hot water, Yunxing felt her hair stand on end. She finally understood what Yi Baiming meant when he asked, "Can you do it?" The beast blood fusion in the Wuji continent referred to the bathing of fused beast blood. The person who fused beast blood would soak in the hot water of fused beast blood until the beast blood was completely absorbed by the bones and tendons. Of course, the prerequisite was that the fused person had to strip naked in order to better fuse the beast blood. Everyone, make way first. Leave Elder Zhang and her alone. The combat strength was unwilling to watch his disciple bathe. Qingbai was very unwillingly dragged out by Bujuxiao. Yunxing wailed in her heart. Curiosity really killed the cat. If she had known, she would not have stood up and said that there was a problem with the beast blood. Yi Baiming took off his outer coat, revealing a white silk satin shirt. He took it off without hesitation, but Yunxing looked uncomfortable. Forget it, forget it. It's not like I'm at a loss. There's a free bath picture of a handsome man. This is not an opportunity that everyone has. Yunxing kept comforting herself. Yunxing could only brace herself and watch. The more Yunxing looked down, the more she praised Yi Baiming in her heart. She did not expect him to have such a good figure. Don't blame me, it's just a corpse on the operating table. It was a corpse, but this corpse looked good. Yes, the legs were very long, and the muscles looked delicious. Yunxing fully displayed her good qualities as a doctor. Perhaps noticing her unabashed gaze, Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows slightly, and an evil smile appeared on his lips. He suddenly sped up his movements, and in a few moments, a muscular male body appeared in front of Yunxing. Yunxing almost choked on her breath. Her little face was either choked by the steam or shocked by Yi Baiming's actions. Stop! Don't take off your underwear. Yunxing could not remain calm. You can start the fusion. Just tell me how you feel. I will add in the 4 types of beast blood one by one. Yunxing was not in a good mood. Yi Baiming was only left with a thin pair of underwear. After soaking in the water, it was no different from being naked. The blood cloud beast reeked of blood. Yi Baiming frowned. Outside the medicine hall, Qingbai did not know what was good for him. He leaned against the door, trying to sneak a peek inside. But all he saw was a room full of smoke and ambiguity. He could not see anything at all. Chapter 204. What Yunxing didn't know was that this was Yi Baiming's first time fusing beast blood. Due to his blindness in his early years, although Yi Baiming was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, no one had fused beast blood for him. After being confined in the cold palace, there was no such condition. His cultivation, however, was achieved step by step. He didn't rely on beast blood or medicinal pills at all. What are you going to do? Yi Baiming saw Yunxing take out 4 bottles. It's very simple. I suspect that the real reason for Shengguan Tao's madness isn't just because of that blood cloud beast blood. It's because the blood cloud beast blood conflicted with the blood cloud beast blood that he had consumed in the past few years. That's why he went crazy this time. Yunxing said and presented the record of the blood cloud beast blood that Shengguan Ta had consumed in the past few years. Therefore, what she needed to do next was to let Yi Baiming gradually fuse the 4 types of beast blood and observe his reaction to determine whether her judgment was correct. The few bottles of beast blood she wanted happened to be the same ones that Shengguan Ta had fused with before. Because there were many martial arts students in the martial arts school, there was a large amount of beast blood solvent in the medicine hall of Wushuan Wuji School. Similar beast blood would also be preserved using a special secret method, so that it wouldn't deteriorate after several years. The beast blood Yunxing wanted could be said to be exactly the same as the one Shangguan Ta had fused with in his early years. Shangguan Ta had taken 3 types of beast blood. Other than the blood cloud beast blood number 4, Yunxing used beast blood number 1, beast blood number 2, and beast blood number 3 to distinguish between them. Yi Baiming had never heard of the theory of beast blood conflicts, but he didn't question it and directly entered the bathtub. As soon as he entered the bathtub, after Yi Bei's blood, he felt a warm current enter his skin. It was as if he had a thin layer of sweat, but that was it. What a strong physique, as expected of the monstrous night fox. After Yunxing poured out the first bottle of beast blood, she carefully observed from the side. Generally speaking, the stronger a person's martial realm cultivation was, the faster they could absorb the beast blood solvent. If other doctors saw Yi Baiming's absorption method, they would definitely think that he was a monster. However, Yunxing looked as if she was used to it. She was already used to Yi Baiming's evilness. According to the records, Shangguan Ta took half a day to assimilate the first bottle of beast blood, but Yi Baiming's body only took an instant to completely assimilate the first bottle of beast blood. After the beast blood fusion, Yi Baiming's body did not change at all. Even his skin color did not change. It's the second bottle of beast blood. Yunxing had also gotten used to the fact that there was a naked man in front of her. She simply walked to the side of the wooden barrel and poured the second bottle of beast blood into it. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Baiming's body as she paid attention to his changes. After the second bottle of beast blood was poured in, the assimilation time this time was slightly longer. However, it only took a few minutes for the beast blood to completely enter Yi Baiming's body. The water in the wooden barrel became clear for the second time. It's the third bottle. This is the blood of a level 6 magical beast, Yunxing reminded first. Yi Baiming did not say anything. He only motioned for Yunxing to continue. At this time, the two of them had already cooperated very well. Even though Yunxing was close at hand, Yi Baiming did not feel uncomfortable at all. Under the steaming steam, Yunxing's forehead hair was already wet. Her lips had also become unusually plump, like a red cherry. Her pair of black eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of water. The third bottle of beast blood took 15 minutes to completely assimilate. So far, the 3 bottles of beast blood had been assimilated in succession. Yi Baiming did not feel any discomfort at all. It's the 4th bottle. It's the blood of the blood cloud beast, the violent earth bear. Yunxing was a little nervous. Victory or defeat depended on this moment. If she could prove that she could cure Shangguan Ta and eradicate the 2 malignant tumors of the martial arts club, the Zhang father and son, it all depended on this moment. The two of them fixed their eyes on the 4th bottle of beast blood. The viscous blood was poured into the water. After the first 3 bottles of beast blood, the water in the wooden barrel, which was waist-high, had already become slightly cold. But as soon as the 4th bottle of beast blood was poured into the wooden barrel, the water, which had already lost its white steam, began to violently tumble like sulfuric acid being poured into water. The water in the wooden barrel was like someone had stuffed a fire under it. Countless blood bubbles tumbled and crazily rushed towards Yi Baiming's body. Yi Baiming's originally expressionless face suddenly narrowed his pupils. His skin was scalding hot, as if it had been watered with a layer of chilly water. The blood of the violent earth bear, the blood of the blood cloud beast, was full of hostility. It tore at Yi Baiming's skin like a mighty army that had heard the bugle call to charge. It poured into his muscles and veins. Countless hostility, like countless needles, pierced into Yi Baiming's body. Phew! Yi Baiming's strong body shook. He wanted to circulate the fighting energy in his body to relieve the erosion of this hostility. But what surprised him was that the moment he circulated his fighting energy, he felt that there were 4 different forces of beast blood colliding with each other in his body. Was this the conflict of beast blood? What the female magician said was true. But at this moment, Yi Baiming had no time to tell the truth. The 4 different forces of beast blood, especially the hostility in the violent earth bear's blood, suddenly aroused the darkest side of Yi Baiming's heart. His consciousness began to blur. Blood, the smell of blood. Yunsheng had never seen Yi Baiming lose control like this. Her heart instantly rose to her throat. "You, how are you?" She also didn't expect that the conflict of beast blood would have such a big side effect on Yi Baiming. "You, leave this place immediately. Call the deputy curator." Yi Baiming's face was full of pain. He couldn't help but grip the wooden barrel with both hands. With the sound of wood cracking, the edge of the barrel was crushed into powder. Memories that had been suppressed in the depths of his heart, once again appeared like a nightmare. It was as if he saw that night again, the desolate harem. Many years ago, in the desolate depths of the palace, the blind crown prince. After Empress Li went crazy, Yi Baiming was handed over to Imperial Consort Qi. In front of others, Imperial Consort Qi, who looked like a little white flower, loved the crown prince as if he was her own son. But in private, she used all kinds of sarcastic words to attack him. When Imperial Consort Qi's palace maids served Yi Baiming to sleep, they said those words by the bed. "Did you hear? Empress Li is miserable." "Ha, isn't that so? She was originally a flower, but now she's like rotten meat. Fighting with our imperial consort is simply reckless. His Majesty loves our imperial consort Qi the most. He only married Empress Li because of her family's money and power." "That's right. I heard that Empress Li has no one to serve her at all. Her hands and feet are broken, and maggots are growing in her wounds. The older one is dying, and the younger one inside doesn't have many good days either. He's just a blind man. Our first prince is the real crown prince of Zhou State in the future. He was blind, but he wasn't deaf." At that time, Yi Baiming, who was only 5 years old, couldn't hold back after hearing about his biological mother's miserable situation. After the palace maids left, he quietly groped his way out of the bedroom. He fell a few times along the way and made his way to the cold palace. Thank you to Sunny Day and Mao Xiaoya for their tips. Also, thank you to everyone who recommended, voted, and subscribed to Diffuzi. Chapter 205. The Forbidden Palace was cold and cheerless. The blind Yi Baiming could only grope around and use all his strength to push open the heavy door. The sound of the door opening was so dull that it made one shudder. Even though he couldn't see, Yi Baiming still remembered the scene of that night. When he pushed open the door, a gust of cold wind with the stench of rotting flesh blew past his face. Due to his blindness, his hearing was unusually sharp, and he could hear a familiar moaning sound. "Mother." The only reply to Yi Baiming was a moaning sound. Yi Baiming hesitated, but his longing for his mother made him step into the Forbidden Palace. He groped around and kicked over several tables and chairs until he reached Empress Li's bed. Bypassing the moldy silk curtain, his tender fingers touched the woman's hands and feet. Empress Li's hands and feet were all broken. After they grew back, they were broken. After they grew back, they were broken again. In the imperial harem where Consort Qi controlled everything, and with the indulgence of the Emperor of Zhou State, Empress Li, who was detained in the Forbidden Palace, lived a life worse than death. When he touched the wriggling maggots on his mother's body, he was so frightened that he almost screamed. Ming-er. Empress Li, who was already delirious, let out a weak cry. She only said one sentence, "Ming-er, kill me." Bang! There was a burst of water vapor, and Yunsheng's vision blurred. Yi Baiming, who was in the wooden tub, was surrounded by a thick fog of fighting energy. At this moment, Yunsheng noticed that something had appeared behind Yi Baiming. A tattoo had appeared on his back. The tattoo looked like a demonic beast, but it didn't look like any demonic beast that Yunxing had seen before. Its head was like a lion's, with a pair of horns on its forehead and scales all over its skin. There was a dense black aura around the totem, and the black aura was still spreading. At this moment, Yi Baiming's eyes turned black under the influence of the black aura, and he looked like a demon from hell. Yunxing wanted to take a step forward to get a better look, but Deputy Curator Zhonli had already arrived. Baiming. Zhonli was shocked to see him so clear-headed. He moved as fast as lightning and held down Yi Baiming's hands to prevent him from hurting anyone. Jiao Xiao, Qingbai, protect the exchange student. As Zhonli held Yi Baiming down, he also felt an astonishing fighting aura in his body. Zhonli's strength, Zhonli's almost couldn't handle it. Aces. Looking at Yi Baiming's back again, the black tattoo totem's color was getting darker. Don't touch him. Zhonli's S's, the scepter's S's, Zhonli's a cold and mysterious calming magical element enveloped combat force and Yi Baiming. Under the effect of the cloud Dreamy sleep, Yi Baiming's boiling beast blood temporarily cooled down. Yunxing took a step forward, the 4 seasons glass needles in her hand infused with mana. 4 needles pierced into the beast head tattoo on Yi Baiming's back. When the bone needles entered his body, 4 streams of black beast blood spurted out. Yi Baiming's expression relaxed as the black tattoo on his back disappeared. There was dead silence in the medicine hall. Yunxing's face turned pale. She put away the 4 seasons glass needle and looked behind Yi Baiming. The tattoo on his skin had disappeared. Baiming, are you all right? Just now, what on earth happened? Qingbai sighed endlessly. Beast blood, just now, after I fused with several types of beast blood, the fighting aura in my body became chaotic and the beast blood conflicted with each other. Shengguan Ta's situation should be similar to mine. Yi Baiming looked deeply at Yunxing, who was not far away, with a deep look in his eyes. Elder Zhang, who was standing at the side, also had an ashen face. As you saw just now, the beast blood was the cause of Shengguan Ta and Yi Baiming's fighting aura becoming chaotic and almost unable to extricate themselves. The beast blood itself may not be a problem, but when the first 3 types of beast blood were mixed together, it happened to conflict with the 4th type of beast blood. Yunxing said word by word. Yi Baiming's beast blood fusion had proved her initial idea. Elder Zhang's face turned green and purple. Ridiculous, I have never heard of beast blood conflicting with each other. Moreover, Shengguan Ta had already completed the previous few beast blood fusions. It is impossible for any beast blood to remain in his body. Just now, you chased all of us out. I don't know if you did something secretly. Elder Zhang refused to believe Yunxing's discovery. In the pharmacology that he had learned, there was never any mention of beast blood conflicting with each other. In his opinion, only what was written in the medicine encyclopedia was medical knowledge. A mere little girl who had only studied medicine for a few years actually dared to challenge his authority. He was a widely recognized scattered doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and was only a step away from becoming an imperial doctor. How could he be defeated by her? Just because you have never heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Then let me ask you, if the fog grass and red stone powder are consumed together, will there be any conflict? Yunxing did not take Elder Zhang seriously at all. These doctors from the boundless world loved to be self-righteous. Did they know that magic couldn't be used in medicine? Did they know that beast blood conflicted with each other? Everyone's body condition was different, and the symptoms produced were also different. They did not even understand the basic constitution of a person and blindly carried out beast blood fusions. It was already extremely lucky for Wushuan Limitless Hall to have a case of Shengguan Ta who had gone crazy. The fog grass belongs to yin while the red stone powder belongs to yang. The yin and yang are not in harmony. This is the most basic pharmacology. If it was any herbalist from the boundless world, they would know this principle. Elder Zhang's neck was red, just like a rooster with red eyes. Yunxing's actions today were simply a provocation to the traditional medical knowledge that he had received. Since that is the case, the blood of the number 3 magical beast that likes to consume fog grass and the violent earth bear that likes to consume red stone powder, their beast blood had been used by the same martial artist for beast blood fusion. Could it be possible that the martial artist suffered from qi deviation due to the imbalance of yin and yang? Yunxing spoke quickly. Every word was like a heavy punch, hitting Elder Zhang so hard that he could not resist. Such a coincidence, it can't be. Elder Zhang mumbled, but he had no confidence in his heart. He wasn't sure if such a situation would really affect the cultivator's body. The so-called doctor pursues to cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. He constantly faces different medical and patient situations and prescribes the right medicine for the illness. You only know how to abide by the rules. How can you be worthy of the 4 words save the dying and heal the injured? In my opinion, a person who only knows how to abide by the rules of the ancestors is at best a quack. Yunxing said resolutely. With irrefutable evidence, Elder Zhang was forced by Yunxing to the point that he could not say a single word. Elder Zhang's face, which was covered in dirt from being scolded, turned from red to ashen, then to pale. In the end, he actually held his breath in his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 206. Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's medicine man, Lu San, hurriedly helped Elder Zhang up. But at this moment, no one cared about Elder Zhang's condition anymore. Lu San could only help Elder Zhang out of the medicine hall in a sorry state. Well said, relieving. I've already said that Elder Zhang only has a few types of elixirs. Master, you didn't believe me. Qingbai was the first to applaud, but Zhanli gave him a warning look. Then do you have a corresponding treatment method? Although Zhanli was not well versed in medicine, Yunxing's words made some sense. It can't be considered a treatment method. I still need to conduct a clinical trial on Yi Baiming. The beast blood in his body has only been temporarily suppressed by me. I still need to perform acupuncture. Yunxing seemed to have become the modern goddess of medicine again. She was in high spirits as she spoke. As a doctor, it was a headache but also an exciting thing to encounter a new case. Regarding the conflict of beast blood, a normal doctor could not determine it at all. They could only deduce whether the beast blood itself was poisonous. They could not make a deduction based on the living habits and diet of the magical beast. Yunxing was a doctor and a summoner at the same time. Relying on her understanding of magical beasts, she was able to deduce the conflict of beast blood. This was a new medical concept that had never been proposed in the boundless continent. Clinical trial, what was that? Seeing that Zhanli and the others were confused, Yunxing could only use practice to prove it. After getting Zhanli's promise, Yunxing began the treatment. She originally wanted to dismiss the few people around her, but looking at their reactions, none of them were willing to leave. They were concerned about Shangwan Ta, but also curious. Yunxing had said that if she succeeded in the treatment, Shangwan Ta would most likely break through. Yunxing had no choice but to start the treatment in front of everyone. She treated this group of people as medical observers. Describe the situation of the fighting energy in your body just now. Yunxing asked Yi Baiming. There's a restless qi in my body, as if it's going to break out of my body. Yi Baiming's physique was very strong. Even he could feel such obvious fluctuations of hostility, let alone Shangwan Ta from earlier. It's because of the conflict of beast blood. Be careful, don't move. I'm going to perform acupuncture. Yunxing said as she took out 4 needles. When Yunxing took out the needles, the few people present, especially Yi Baiming's eyes lit up slightly. He was in a frenzy just now, he did not see Yunxing's needles. Yunxing's 4 seasons glass needles were very special. They all saw that the needles were a magic weapon refined with a special method. Yunxing skillfully identified several acupoints on Yi Baiming's body. Her needles were like moving clouds and flowing water. In a moment, several major acupoints on Yi Baiming's body were blocked. Every time Yunxing inserted a needle, Yi Baiming felt the burning sensation gradually disappear. Looking at Yunxing's hand, after inserting an acupoint, she would use the magic power to gently move the glass needle in her hand. No one knew that at this time, the needle in Yunxing's hand was greedily absorbing the hostility in Yi Baiming's body. This was the advantage of the dark magic soul. For others, the hostility that could make people go crazy was the favorite thing of the dark magic soul in Yunxing's body. Yunxing inserted a total of 4 needles on Yi Baiming's body. The dark magic soul in her body also swallowed a large amount of dark hostility. Soon, a black substance floated on the surface of Yi Baiming's body. That substance was unbearably smelly. Any warrior would know that it was the impurities and filth in the human body. Generally speaking, this was the effect of a warrior's bone marrow cleansing after their first beast blood fusion. However, the process of bone marrow cleansing would take at least a day and a night. How long did Yi Baiming take? It seemed to be less than a quarter of an hour, right? The conflict has disappeared. There is no more cramping pain in my abdomen. Yi Baiming only felt that his whole body was comfortable under the effect of Yunxing's needles. Not only that, but he also felt comfortable all over. His originally impetuous mood also calmed down a lot. Yunxing put away the needles, her face full of joy. There is a vigorous force in my body. I'll take a bath first. Even Yi Baiming himself could not stand the stench on his body. Baiming, how do you feel? Zhongli's expression changed. Even though Zhongli had seen countless people, he had never seen such a miraculous thing. Others might not feel it, but he could feel the change in Yi Baiming's body. That kid's cultivation was most likely. Zhongli did not change his expression. He did not know if the little girl had seen through Yi Baiming's secret. However, even if she had seen through it, Zhongli did not intend to pursue it. Talent the heavens were really blessing him, Wuxuan Wuji. This little girl's medical skills were probably not even comparable to the imperial doctors in the palace. Zhongli believed that such medical skills, not to mention Elder Zhang of the medicine hall, even the imperial doctors of the medicine emperor pavilion would not be able to do it. How many needles did that little girl use just now? It seemed like only 4 needles. Only 4 needles, and Yi Baiming's cultivation had increased. Zhongli felt an impulse. If not for the fact that his disciple was present, he really wanted to ask Yunxing to give him a few needles as well. Only then did Yunxing put away the needles and rest for a moment. She was also recalling the needles just now. Just as she had expected, the hostility caused by the conflict of beast blood could be eliminated with the divine soul healing needle passed down in her family. There were a total of 4 needles. If she maintained the current state, she would probably only need 1 needle. Fortunately, Yi Baiming had a tyrannical constitution. Otherwise, she really did not dare to blindly test it out using people. After drinking a bottle of meditation water, Yunxing immediately began to treat Shengwan Ta. After a round of treatment, Yunxing indeed cleared away the remaining hostility in Shengwan Ta's body around dawn. Treating Shengwan Ta was much easier than treating Yi Baiming. The dark magic soul in Yunxing's body grew by another circle. It looked like it was about the same as the other 4 types of magic souls. Yunxing believed that if she used the dark thorns now, the effect would definitely be much better than before. The evil qi in his body has already been cleared. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Although the evil qi has caused him to be delirious, it has also helped him open up a few vital martial veins in his body. If nothing unexpected happens, he has already broken through to the martial marquis realm. Yunxing had just finished speaking when she raised her head and discovered that everyone around her was looking at her as if they were looking at a monster. He broke through with just a few needles. Chengbai stuttered. Yunxing said unhappily, "Do you want me to give you a few needles too?" Heavens, this is too exaggerated. What kind of needles are you using? It's too amazing. Come, give me a few needles. Chengbai's face was drooling as he moved closer. I think you don't need needles, but a beating. Yi Baiming, who had changed his clothes, narrowed his eyes and walked in. As he ridiculed Chengbei, his gray eyes darkened. He looked at Yunxing with an indescribable expression. Chapter 207. After being scolded by Yi Baiming, Chengbei instantly turned from a ruffian to a little white rabbit. He shrank to the side and did not move at all. Yunxing, who originally thought it was very funny, was stared at by Yi Baiming like this. She felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't have been exposed, right? However, she still had a calm expression on her face. She prescribed a few herbs for the medicine hall's herbalist to decoct the medicine. Seeing Yunxing's indifferent expression, Yi Baiming's heart became even more suspicious. Just now, when Yunxing was performing acupuncture, he had an illusion that the young girl in front of him was the little wild cat from Banana Leaf Village. The same stubborn temper, the same arrogance. Was it her? Yi Baiming thought to himself. Just now, when Yunxing was performing acupuncture, Yi Baiming felt a sense of familiarity. If he remembered correctly, the little wild cat was also good at using needles. However, when he looked at Yunxing's figure and age, as well as her voice, they were all different from the little wild cat in his memory. It was no wonder that Yi Baiming was able to recognize Yunxing. Not to mention that his eyesight was not good before, the Yunxing in front of him, because she had experienced a breakthrough, her figure and appearance had changed quite a bit. During this period of time, she had undergone a period of cultivation in Wushuan Limitless School, and her figure and appearance had changed. Just now, Yi Baiming also hugged Yunxing. He weighed her in his hand, and the feeling was completely different from the little wild cat that was a little clumsy in the past. It seemed. She was a lot heavier, and also a lot rounder. The feeling was quite good, but, no matter how he looked at it, she looked like she was 11 or 12 years old, and definitely not 8 years old. On the boundless continent, there were many doctors who used needles. Thinking of this, Yi Baiming could not help but sigh in his heart. Just at this time, Shengwan Ta woke up and interrupted Yi Baiming's thoughts. Seeing that Shengwan Ta had woken up, Yunxing took the initiative to get up and leave. Inside the medicine hall, a storm was brewing. Although Shengwan Ta had woken up, Zhang Li's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It was time to settle old scores. Yunxing walked out of the medicine hall and walked toward the inner hall unhurriedly. Zhang Clan's father and son, you're on your own now. Master, senior brothers, why are you all here? Shengwan Ta had experienced life and death after the beast blood conflict. Bujiu Xiao told Shengwan Ta the whole story. After Shengwan Ta heard it, he knew that he had gone mad. Shengwan Ta was filled with regret when he learned that he had injured many of his junior brothers from the other martial arts school. He also told Combat Strength about Elder Zhang's promise that the blood cloud beast's blood was absolutely harmless, how he had spent 10,000 gold coins to exchange for a portion of the beast's blood, and how several of the inner hall disciples had also bought the beast's blood. After Combat Strength learned that Elder Zhang had disregarded the safety of the martial artists in the martial arts school in order to amass wealth, he ordered people to find the martial artists who had bribed Elder Zhang and punish them severely. As soon as Combat Strength gave the order, there was a commotion outside the medicine hall. Walking out to take a look, he saw Luo Qing leading more than 100 female martial artists in front of the medicine hall. After they learned that Elder Zhang had lost his power, those female martial artists who had been humiliated by Zhang Zipo also told Combat Strength about their humiliation. Luo Qing even told Combat Strength about Lianxiang's humiliation in the early years. For a moment, the cries and wails of the female martial artists gave Combat Strength a headache. Combat Strength did not know that Zhang clan's father and son dared to be so reckless. He flew into a rage and immediately sent people to capture Elder Zhang and Zhang Zipo. The martial artists who went to capture them quickly returned and reported that Elder Zhang had already fled to the Jade Capital's Medicine Emperor Pavilion with Zhang Zipo. Master, Elder Zhang and Medicine Emperor Pavilion's Qing Sihai are said to be related by marriage. I think Elder Zhang must be thinking of borrowing the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's power to avoid the martial arts school's pursuit. Bu Zhouxiao was very familiar with the situation in the Jade Capital. With a little deduction, he knew where Elder Zhang had gone. Martial artists outside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were like magicians outside the temple. In order to respect the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's treatment of martial artists over the years, there was an unwritten rule in the martial arts schools of the continent that no one could disobey. No martial artist could force their way into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Elder Zhang was sure that Combat Strength would not dare to bring people into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, which was why he had fled there. Old man, he really thinks that by hiding in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, I can't do anything to him. Zhouxiao, use the sect order. No matter what method you use, you must capture Zhang clan's father and son, dead or alive, Combat Strength said sternly. Yi Baiming, Qing Bai, and Bu Zhouxiao looked at each other. It seemed like Combat Strength was really angered this time. Once the sect order was issued, it meant that hundreds of thousands of sect disciples in Zhou State had to listen to it. If there were sect disciples who could complete the mission given by the sect order, they could also request Wushuan Limitless School for a matter in the future. These sect disciples, from peddlers to hunters and merchants, added together, they were a powerful force. From the moment Combat Strength issued the sect order, Zhang clan's father and son were no different from dead people. A few days after the news of Combat Strength issuing the sect order spread, there was news very quickly. Zhang Zipu was dead. This guy was also not afraid of death. He hid in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and did not change his lust. When he went out to sleep, he was found dead on a woman's stomach. A few days after Zhang Zipu's death, Elder Zhang went crazy, and because of this, he even alarmed the medicinal fragrance of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In just a few days, the Zhang clan's father and son had died and gone crazy. This kind of result surprised Yunxing, and also allowed her to experience the strength of Wushuan Limitless School. However, Yunxing did not take this matter to heart. After saving Sheng Wanta, the dark magic soul in her body had absorbed too much evil qi, so she needed to meditate and fuse with it. Once she fused with it, a day and night unknowingly passed. She even forgot about her morning, afternoon, and night training. After a while of breathing in and out, Yunxing slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The sky outside was already bright. She looked at the hourglass and saw that a day and night had already passed. She got up and walked out of the dormitory. Just as she opened the door, she was shocked by the scene outside. What was going on? Big sister, you're finally out. It wasn't easy for us to stop them. These people are all here for you. Lei Hu and Gufeng, one on the left and one on the right, were like door gods, blocking the people outside. Because there were too many people, Gufeng had no choice but to use the light ball of heaven to barely stop the crowd from rushing in. Outside Yunxing's dormitory, there were many eager martial warriors. With a rough count, there were no less than a few hundred people. Yunxing suspected that more than half of the people from Wushuan Limitless School had rushed here. Among them, there were martial warriors from the inner and outer halls. These people had all come because of her reputation. It turned out that during the period when Yunsheng was fusing with the dark magic elements, Sheng Wanta accidentally leaked out that because of Yunsheng's acupuncture, he had broken through to the martial realm. When the news spread out, the entire Wushuan Limitless School went crazy. Their minds were filled with only one thought: acupuncture. After breaking through to the martial realm, Yunsheng's popularity in Wushuan Limitless School reached its peak in just one day and night. Chapter 208. Looking at the countless pairs of passionate eyes, Yunsheng finally understood what it meant to become famous overnight. For a martial artist, the martial realm was greater than the heavens. Especially when Sheng Wanta broke through the bottleneck of the martial saint realm and became a martial marquis. For the martial artists on the continent, from the beginning, every time a martial artist broke through to the martial realm, it would take them from 1 to 10 years. After reaching the martial saint realm, some people would even stay in the martial realm for decades. Sheng Wanta broke through overnight, causing a sensation in the Wushuan Limitless School, one could imagine. The development of the situation had far exceeded the expectations of the deputy curator. In the end, it was still the cold-faced Bujiu Xiao who came out and chased all the martial artists away. "You are Yan Yun, right? The deputy curator invites you to the medicine hall to discuss something important." Bujiu Xiao's attitude towards Yunsheng was also very respectful. Yunsheng seemed to have expected this result and arrived at the medicine hall at a leisurely pace. After Elder Zhang went crazy, no one took care of the medicine hall. The huge medicine hall was now empty. "I called you here today because I want you to help me take care of the medicine hall. In addition, I also want you to help me make blood cloud beast blood to help the martial artists in the dojo safely fuse with the beast blood." Today, Battle Strength could be considered to have completely put down his position as the deputy curator. He earnestly discussed with Yunsheng. In his eyes, Yunsheng was no longer an ordinary devil apothecary. If it was in the past, Battle Strength would never believe that a 7 or 8-year-old girl could take care of the dojo's medicine hall. However, Yunsheng's performance that day had broken the restriction on her age. "Deputy Curator Qi, I'm not a member of the dojo. I'm afraid I can't accept your appointment." What a joke. There were no less than 500 people in the Wushuan Limitless School. If she were to treat everyone with needles and wash their bones, wouldn't she die of exhaustion? "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Other than giving you the same remuneration as Elder Zhang, all the medicinal herbs you use in the medicine hall will be free." This time, Battle Strength could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. This condition was very attractive. For the current Yunsheng, the reward was not the most attractive thing, but the fact that she could use the medicinal herbs for free was very tempting. The Wu Profound Limitless Hall had a long history of thousands of years. Other than the various battle skills stored in the hall, there were also various precious medicinal herbs. Among them, there were some precious and saint-rank medicinal herbs that Yunsheng had never come into contact with before. Yunsheng pondered for a moment. In the end, she could not resist the temptation of combat power. In addition to this, I also need to have absolute freedom. I don't need to participate in the morning, afternoon, and night training. Other than that, I have another condition. Apart from the remuneration and herbs, I also need a sect token. Combat power could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This little girl was so black-hearted, the moment she opened her mouth, she asked for the sect medallion. That was the sect medallion of the Wu Profound Limitless School. She thought that it was a rotten cabbage on the street. Once the order was issued, the entire sect would have to listen to her orders. You're asking for too much. Combat Power was unwilling. Deputy Curator Chi, it's just a sect medallion. I promise that I won't use it to commit crimes. But you can obtain hundreds of students who are one level above the martial realm. That's hundreds of people, not just a few. Yunxing blinked her eyes. Her small mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. The words that came out of her mouth made people like Combat Power, who were shrewd, unable to help but be moved. If all the martial artists could go one level above the martial realm, the Wu Profound Limitless Hall would definitely be able to win by surprise in the exploration of the divine artifact in a few years. Combat Power pondered for a moment. Finally, he clenched his teeth and agreed to Yunsheng's request. After successfully obtaining a sect medallion, Yunsheng was also in a good mood. At the same time, she also told Combat Power that not all martial artists in the martial realm could rely on the blood of the blood cloud beast and acupuncture to break through the martial realm. According to each martial artist's martial realm and physique, she still needed to examine each martial artist's body before she could determine whether or not she could help them fuse. Yunxing also checked Combat Power's body while she was at it. It was a pity that with Combat Power's cultivation, he was already unable to break through the martial realm through ordinary beast blood fusion. With his strength at the peak of martial ancestor, Yunxing's 4 seasons colored glass needles were still unable to pierce his body. However, Yunxing still used acupuncture to treat some of Combat Power's old injuries that he had left behind on the battlefield in his early years. Combat Power saw that Yunxing's formations were truly exquisite and felt even more respect in his heart. This old man is already so old, but I don't want to break through the martial realm. Instead, your acupuncture technique is very strange. I would like to ask you for a favor. Combat Power hesitated for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Deputy Curator, you only need to instruct me. Since I've received money, I'll help you eliminate disasters. However, the remuneration for saving people will be calculated separately. Yunxing blinked her eyes. Combat Power helplessly smiled. This little divine doctor was truly not easy to fool. Then, Dr. Yen, please follow me to a place. Combat Power did not hesitate and immediately ordered people to prepare a carriage. After inviting Yunxing onto the carriage, they rushed towards a certain place in Yujing City. When the carriage landed, Yunxing looked out and could not help but be stunned. She did not expect that Zhonli would bring her to this place. Waning Alley, Marshal St. General's residence. Seeing Yunxing's astonished expression, Combat Power explained, "This is Zhou State's Marshal St. General's residence. I invited you here today to treat an old friend of mine. That old friend is someone from the Yun family." Yunxing still had some grudges against the general's residence. Yunxing clearly remembered and Yun Sanghai opposed her parents' marriage and chased Yunba out of the house. At the same time, he swore a heavy oath. A large part of the reason why her father was in such a miserable state was because of the general's residence's heartlessness. Yunxing had once said that as long as her father did not wake up, she would not enter the general's residence. "You are a citizen of Yujing City, so you should have heard of my old friend's name. He was the same as me in the early years, a valiant general of Zhou State's battlefield. He is the second son of the Marshal Saint General Yunba, Yun Sanglong. To mend, the camaraderie formed during the war was the strongest." Before Combat Power left the imperial court and entered Wushuan Limitless School, he was sworn brothers with Yun Sanglong. The two of them could be said to have eaten and lived together, and were extremely close. During their last battle, they were ambushed by the enemy. Yun Sanglong broke through the enemy's encirclement and let Combat Power escape first. However, he was ambushed and almost died. After that, even though Yun Sanglong was saved, his hands were crippled. Even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's reclusive Wen de Guo was helpless against Yun Sanglong's hands. It was also because of his crippled body that Yun Songlong was unable to recover from the setback and rarely appeared in public. The Yun residents had two outstanding talents, but in the end, one went missing and the other became crippled. Every time the citizens of Yujing City brought up this matter, they would sigh endlessly. After Yun Xing came to Yujing City, she gradually learned about this matter from Dr. Fan. Yun Xing did not have much feelings for this second uncle of hers, but he was still her second uncle. She heard from her father that her second uncle had the best relationship with him when they were young. If her father was still awake, he probably would not wish to see his second brother unable to recover from the setback and be dispirited for the rest of his life. With such thoughts in mind, Yun Xing temporarily put away her hostility and followed combat power to the Marshal Saint General's residence. Thank you for egg and 7 treasures for your tips. It's a new month, and I have some monthly votes at home. Remember to spread them around. Chapter 209. The last time Yun Xing came to the general's residence was more than a year ago. At that time, her clothes were ragged and she had just left Banana Leaf Village. She was just a poor little sorcerer who came to seek refuge in the general's residence. When she arrived at the entrance of the Marshal Saint General's residence, she was ridiculed by Tang Yu's dog. But now that she had entered the general's residence again, she was already a respected elder of the Wushuan Everlasting School's medicine hall. This was something that Yun Sangxue and her son would never have dreamed of. The guards at the door were obviously very familiar with Zhonli. When they saw him, they respectfully greeted him as the deputy director. "Second brother, are you all right? There is a new doctor in the martial arts school's medicine hall. Her medical skills are very high. I brought her here to take a look at second brother." Even though the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had already declared that Yun Songlong's disability was incurable, Zhonli still did not give up. All these years, every time he met an outstanding doctor, they would bring him to the Marshal Saint General's residence. But there was no follow-up. The guards of the general's residence were also used to this. But when they looked at Yun Xing again, suspicion appeared on their faces. The doctor that Zhonli brought this time was a little too young. In terms of appearance, she seemed to be about the same as young Master Tang Yu of the general's residence. At this age, the young master of the residence only knew how to eat, drink, gamble, and fight. Zhonli did not have any intention of blaming the two. If he had not seen Yun Xing's medical skills, he would definitely not believe that this little girl in front of him had such amazing medical skills. After asking around, he found out that Yun Songlong was in the residence. He brought Yun Xing directly to the courtyard where Yun Songlong lived. The Marshal Saint General's residence was indeed worthy of being a general's residence. The interior structure was simple and elegant, with tall gates and wide courtyards, and neatly trimmed trees. Yun Xing walked smoothly along the way. Although she did not see anyone along the way, Yun Xing could faintly sense that in an unknown corner, there were pairs of vigilant eyes watching her surroundings. Just as she walked a few steps into the residence, an old man came in front of her. When Zhonli saw him, he hurriedly bowed, "Old General." The person who came was the famous Marshal Saint General of Zhou State, Yun Ba. He was his own grandfather. Yun Xing lowered her head and secretly sized up Yun Ba. This was the first time she had seen the legendary Marshal Saint Old General. Yun Ba was about 70 years of age. After many years of fighting on the battlefield, his face was as rough as old tree bark. He had a square face, dark purple skin, and gray hair. The most intimidating thing about the old general was his eyes. Even though his eye sockets were deep and filled with wrinkles, one could feel the murderous aura emanating from them just by looking at them. "Combat strength, you're here. What kind of doctor did they find to treat Songhai this time? You have to take care of such a big place like Wushuan Limitless School, and you still have to worry about him." Yunba chuckled and stroked his beard. He had watched combat strength grow up, and had also watched him overcome all obstacles to reach his current position. If the disaster on the battlefield hadn't happened in his early years, he probably wouldn't have left the military camp. He would definitely have grown up with Yun Songlong to become the most dazzling generals in Zhou State. Unfortunately, the old general's eyes darkened, and he looked again at the doctor beside combat strength. His gaze was sharp, and he immediately noticed the magic scepter at Yun Xing's waist. When he saw the scepter, his expression changed slightly. The incident with Yun Songhai back then had caused the entire Yun residence to harbor a strong enmity towards magicians. Combat strength knew this as well, but why did he bring a magician to the general's residence today? Seeing a layer of anger surface on Yun Songhai's face, Zhonli hurriedly explained, "Old general, this is a doctor that our medicine hall invited. Don't look at her young age, her medical skills are very superb." Magicians were prevalent in Zhou State in recent years. Normally, the manners of third-rank officials and above would have a few assistants, and there was no lack of magicians among them. However, the Marshal Saint General's residence didn't have a single magician. The reason for this was related to the eldest son of the general's residence, Yun Songhai, who had been away from home for many years. She's a doctor. Then why is she still wearing a magic scepter? Yun Ba glanced sideways at Yun Xing. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wits by Yun Songhai's glare, but Yun Xing wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she stared back at Yun Ba as if she was competing with him. "Old general, this child is practicing both magic medicine and ancient medicine." It wasn't that combat strength didn't know that Yun Ba was prejudiced against magicians, but Yun Xing's medical skills had won him over, so he temporarily put aside his misgivings. "That's ridiculous. I've never heard of someone learning both magic medicine and ancient medicine at the same time. Furthermore, she's still so young. It's already difficult for her to master just one, let alone both at the same time." What Yun Ba hated the most was this kind of learning attitude. In the early years, when Yun Songhai was still young, he pestered him to practice both magic and martial arts. His heart softened and he agreed. Who would have thought that this would create an opportunity for Yun Songhai to switch to magic? "Old general, I didn't believe it at first, but this child is indeed here." Combat strength was afraid that Yun Ba would unwillingly chase Yun Xing out. Then, Yun Songlong wouldn't have a chance. He explained everything that had happened a few days ago at Wushuan Everlasting School and how the disciple had gone berserk. Yun Ba listened with a skeptical expression. "Are you sure she came up with this on her own? I've never heard of this kind of treatment method." Yun Ba still didn't believe it. "If you don't believe me, then I'm not willing to treat you." Yun Xing couldn't be bothered with Yun Ba's resentment. This old man looked so vicious, so she couldn't be bothered with him. After speaking, she turned to leave. "You little girl, you really don't have any respect for your elders." Yun Ba was also angry. He was already so old and held a high position, but today, he actually had to give in to a little girl. This made him extremely anxious. This old man and young man were both so stubborn even though they had such bad tempers. He couldn't persuade them left or right, and just as he was in a difficult position. "Father, quickly come over. Second brother's illness is acting up again and he's venting his anger. I can't hold him back." Yun Sangxue hurried over with two maids. Her face was agitated and she looked very flustered. When she saw combat strength, she nodded at him as a greeting. When Yun Ba heard this, he no longer had the mood to quarrel with Yun Xing. He rushed to the inner courtyard in a panic. "Yan Yun, second brother's hysteria is acting up again. Since you've already come to the general's estate, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Just give me some face and go in to see my second brother first. He is a pitiful person." Combat strength was arrogant and unyielding. He had never begged anyone so humbly before. At this moment, his eyes were red and his face was full of worry. It turned out that Yun Songlong's physical disability wasn't the only thing that had troubled him all these years. What was more serious was that after that battle, he had never recovered from the trauma to his heart. At this moment, a beast-like roar came from the inner courtyard. Combat strength couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't care if Yunxing agreed or not. He grabbed Yunxing and rushed to the courtyard where Yun Songlong lived. Chapter 210. Yunxing was unwillingly brought to the courtyard where Yun Songlong lived. The courtyard was in a mess. The guards and maids of the Yun residence were all hiding far away. Even Yun Sangxue only dared to watch from afar. Only Yun Ba rushed into the room with an ashen face. The bestial roar came from Yun Songlong. Not long after Yun Ba rushed into the room quieted down. Second brother. Zhonli also followed him into the room. Yunxing was also brought in by him. I won't treat someone who doesn't trust me. Yunxing was also a little annoyed. However, the moment she entered the room and saw the man who had been restrained by Yun Ba, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat and couldn't say a word. It was as if a storm had passed through Yun Songlong's room. The bed, table, tea set, everything within reach had been smashed to pieces. Yunxing's father, Yun Songhai, was 35 years old this year. Yun Songlong was his second brother and was 1 year younger than him. But the man in front of her looked to be in his 40s, much older than his actual age. His hair and beard were messy, and his clothes were stained with mud and blood. But even so, Yunxing still recognized this second uncle of hers at a glance. Because Yun Songhai's figure, appearance, and even voice were very similar to her father's. Yunxing turned around and thought that her father had woken up and was standing in front of her. They were too similar. In front of someone who looked almost exactly like her father, Yunxing couldn't bear to be ruthless. Father, is second brother all right? Yun Sangxue walked in when she saw that the room had quieted down. She saw Yunxing standing side by side with Zhonli and also noticed the magic scepter on Yunxing's body. A layer of disgust appeared on her face. Third sister, she is the doctor I invited. She is here to treat second brother. Ever since Yun Songhai left home, Zhonli and Yun Songlong addressed each other as brother and sister. Zhonli still hoped that Yun Sangxue would speak up for him, but who would have thought that Yun Sangxue would just sneer, "Big brother Qi, third sister is very grateful that you are concerned about my second brother's condition. But my second brother's illness, especially his hysteria, is already incurable. Even when Daiguoshu can only ensure that it does not worsen over the years. The little girl in front of you has an unknown background. She's both a sorcerer and a healer. She's neither fish nor fowl, so how can she treat my second brother?" Yun Sangshue's tone revealed a strong hostility. Yun Sangxue didn't recognize Yunxing, but she subconsciously felt hostility towards Yunxing. In other people's eyes, Yun Sangshue's words sounded like she was concerned about her second brother and worried that Yunxing was some kind of Mongolian doctor. But the meticulous Yunxing heard another layer of meaning. Yun Sangxue was extremely unwilling for someone to treat Yun Songhai's illness. She even hoped that Yun Songhai's condition would worsen. In the general's estate, the old Marshal Saint General was aging day by day because of his 2 sons. Yun Songhai's whereabouts were unknown and Yun Songlong was in this state. As long as he didn't recover, Yun Sangxue would be able to monopolize the general's estate. Yun Ba was probably the only one who couldn't see through her ambitions. They were siblings from the same father and mother, but Yun Sangxue actually had such wild ambitions. Yunxing couldn't help but feel bitterly disappointed. Since Yun Sangxue didn't want to treat him, Yunxing had to treat him. Moreover, she could also see that Yun Songhai's illness wasn't simple. The national physician couldn't treat him because he mistook Uncle Yun's illness for hysteria. Using the methods and herbs used to treat hysteria naturally wouldn't be able to treat him. As the saying goes, prescribing the right medicine for the illness. If one couldn't even accurately judge the illness, how could they treat it? That was why Yun Songlong's illness had been repeated over and over again all these years without any progress. When Yunxing said this, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Even Zhonli couldn't help but break out in cold sweat because of Yunxing's words. This lasse's tone was so arrogant. She actually said that the national physician of Zhou State had misjudged the illness. He was the national physician of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and had stopped practicing medicine for many years. Back then, he had reluctantly agreed to treat Yun Songlong because of Yun Ba. Yet, Yunxing said that he had misjudged the illness. Look, I already said that she's a quack. She dares to question the diagnosis of the national physician. How old is she? She's really audacious. Yun Sangxue rejoiced in Yunxing's misfortune and waited for her to be chased out of the general's estate. Everyone makes mistakes, and the national physician isn't an exception. He judged it to be hysteria because the symptoms of hysteria are mental confusion and abnormal behavior. Uncle Yun's behavior does seem like he has hysteria, but what he actually has isn't hysteria. It's post-war trauma. Yunxing didn't feel angry when she was questioned by everyone. Ignorance is blameless. The term post-war trauma was probably unheard of in the boundless world for thousands of years, let alone seeing it. When Yunxing saw Yun Songlong, she initially thought that he had hysteria because his symptoms were too similar to hysteria. However, she asked Zhonli and found out that Yun Songlong had been taking medication for hysteria for many years and there hadn't been any improvement. Recalling that Yun Songlong only got this disease after the war, Yunxing recalled that when she was in the Americas in her previous life, she had met a few soldiers from Country M when she was doing free medical treatment for the International Red Cross Association. After participating in the war against Country Y, they had returned to their country. Even though they were healthy, they had all shown symptoms similar to hysteria. Yunxing's final diagnosis was post-war trauma. Father, quickly chase this liar out. What post-war trauma? I've lived for 30 years and I've never heard of it. Yun Sangxue ordered someone to chase Yunxing out. Zhonli tried to dissuade her, but he was reprimanded by Yun Sangxue instead. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, but I can tell you with certainty that post-war trauma is more or less present in any soldier who has participated in a war, especially one where there were heavy casualties. However, Uncle Yun's condition is more serious because of the double blow to his body and mind. Yunxing glanced at Yun Ba. On the battlefield, corpses littered the ground. Sometimes, even the innocent women and children of other countries were killed. Anyone who saw this scene would definitely be traumatized. He definitely knew about Yun Ba, who was once a general of Zhou State, and Zhonli as well. Therefore, Yunxing's words caused the two of them to sink into deep thought. A few guards from the Yun residence had already rushed over. They pushed and shoved Yunxing, wanting to chase her out of the courtyard. At this moment, Yun Ba suddenly said, "Wait, let her see, take a good look. Little girl, if you can't figure it out, don't blame this old man for being impolite." Although Yun Ba's words were still very strict, his gaze had faded from the initial disgust and harshness. His attitude towards Yunxing had also improved. Yunxing's words just now had touched on a secret that he had hidden in the depths of his heart for many years. Chapter 211. Since even Yun Ba had spoken, there was nothing Yun Sangxue could do even if he wanted to chase Yunxing away. Yun Songlong was still in a state of delirium. He had a crazed look on his face and could only be forcefully restrained by Yun Ba to ensure that he did not harm anyone else. Let me make this clear first. I am a dual practitioner of magic medicine and ancient medicine. When I treat him later, I will use a combination of magic and ancient medicine. There is no need to make a fuss. Yunxing knew that magic could not be used in the Yun residence. This was very similar to Wushuan Wuji school. But now, for Yun Sanglang's illness, Yunba had no choice but to break this precedent. Taking out the bewitching bone scepter, Yunxing began to chant. Her lips moved and a gentle light shone on the scepter. Elementary water magic, cloud dream eye slumber. Yunxing needed to check on Yun Sanglang's condition, so she had to calm him down first. A light blue, ice-cold water vapor enveloped Yunba and Yun Sanglang. Father. Yun Sangxue was afraid that Yunxing would hurt his father and wanted to stop her. Don't worry, she has no ill intentions. Due to his prejudice against magicians, Yunba had almost never used any magic to heal his injuries. Usually, even if he was seriously injured, he would only swallow some pills. This was the first time he had faced a healing magic. Being surrounded by this slightly glowing water vapor, Yunba felt much calmer. Yun Sanglang, who was originally restrained by him, also stopped roaring and moving. Yunxing took the opportunity to let Yunba release Yun Sanglang. She walked in front of Yun Sanglang and looked at him at eye level. A golden light flashed across Yunxing's eyes. Young General Yun, tell me what you saw. Tell me. Yunxing's voice was very gentle and her words were also very slow. Modern medical technology was much more advanced than the boundless world. Especially mental illnesses, medicine could only alleviate them, but it was very difficult to cure them completely. The reason why Yun Sanglang was hallucinating and losing control was because his memory was still stuck on the war from several years ago. The purpose of Yunxing using Yun Meng's ice sleep was to calm him down first. Then, she could use the real treatment method. The best treatment for post-war syndromes was hypnosis. Under the effect of Yunxing's frozen dream, Yunxing was able to make full use of Shenong's pupil. It was as if Yun Sanglang had fallen into a dream. His entire body trembled violently, and his voice was filled with regret and pain. Dead, they're all dead. The brothers of the Yun family army, more than 1,000 people, are all dead. Rivers of blood and corpses are everywhere. It's all because of me. I won't let them off. He was recalling the battle that had greatly damaged the vitality of the entire Zhou state. Amidst his trembling voice, a bloody massacre reappeared in front of everyone. Zhonli closed his eyes in pain. Yunba's tall back seemed to bend a little at that moment. Only Yun Sangxue had a calm expression. That was because she had never truly experienced a war. Young General Yun, relax a little. Everything is already in the past. That battle had already ended several years ago. You are very safe now. You are in the general's residence. Those soldiers, their corpses and families have also been settled. Yunxing sighed in her heart. Shenong's pupils shrank, and a golden light flashed again. Yun Sanglang only felt a heavy blow to his head. It was as if someone had woken him up from his long slumber. His originally turbid eyes gradually regained their clarity. The moment he regained consciousness, Yun Sanglang saw several pairs of caring eyes. Father, big brother Jean, third sister, why are all of you here? Yun Sanglang was usually clear-headed, but this time, when he woke up, he felt that his head wasn't as heavy as before. He felt much more relaxed. He breathed in and out and felt a wave of comfort in his chest. It was as if he had gotten rid of a heavy burden. Second brother, how do you feel? Zhang Li's face was full of disbelief. From his perspective, Yunxing didn't do anything just now. She only said a few words to Yun Sanglang, and then Yun Sanglang gradually regained consciousness. He didn't use a single drop of medicine, and he regained consciousness without a single needle. This was too incredible. Who is this? Yun Songlong only just realized that there was an unfamiliar girl in the room. In her hand, she was holding a magic scepter. A magician. Father and third sister actually allowed a magician to enter the general's residence. This was really unprecedented. Yun Songlong carefully looked at Yun Sheng. He realized that Yun Sheng looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Third brother, this is the newly invited elder of our dojo. Don't be fooled by her young age. Her medical skills are very miraculous. Her views are also very different from others. Just now, she said that your illness wasn't hysteria, but some kind of war trauma syndrome. Let her take a look at your hand again. Zhonli urged. Big brother Zhan, thanks for your kindness. My hands have long been crippled. Why do you have to go through so much trouble and waste so much manpower and resources? Yun Songlong understood his father's temper very well. Every time a magician was mentioned, the old man would explode. It was already a miracle that this female magician could stay in the Yun residence. There is no way to treat your right hand, but your left hand is still there. The veins in your left hand are only injured. If there is a chance to open them up, even if you can't practice martial arts, you can at least live a normal life. Zhonli sighed. He knew that for many years, Yun Songlong's heart had died. Coupled with his hysteria, he had long given up on his hands. Now that the hysteria that had troubled him for many years had been resolved, the next step would be to treat his hands. Yun Sheng's gaze fell on Yun Songlong's hands. With one look, she understood why Zhonli said this. It was rumored that the second son of the general's residence, Yun Songlong's hands were injured by the enemy and his body was crippled. However, in reality, only Yun Songlong's right hand was chopped off. His left hand was still hanging by his side. However, Yun Sheng also noticed that although his left hand was still there, it was hanging limply by his side. His skin was loose and sickly white. Due to not using it for many years, Yun Songlong's left hand was already showing signs of wilting. Compared to his body size, it was one size smaller. According to Yun Sheng's experience, if a cure was not found soon, once the veins and nerves atrophied, Yun Songlong's left hand would really be crippled. Uncle, can you let me take a look at your hand? Yun Sheng took the initiative to step forward. She had originally wanted to leave, but now she suddenly changed her attitude. Little girl, didn't you say that you wanted to leave? The Marshal St. General's residence does not welcome you. Yun Ba's temper flared as he stomped his feet. Shut up, you're so noisy. When a doctor is treating a patient, the patient's family should not interrupt. A sullen expression appeared on Yun Sheng's delicate face as she rolled her eyes at Yun Ba. Hey! What kind of tone is that? Yun Ba's hair stood on end. His gray hair almost stood on end, making him look like an angry old cat. But Yun Sheng just ignored him. This made Yun Ba feel as if he had punched cotton. He was completely at a loss for words. Zhonli, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. Even Yun Songlong's face had a hint of a smile. When Yun Songshue saw this scene, his expression darkened. Chapter 212. Seeing that Yun Ba was angered by a little girl to the point of not daring to say anything, Yun Songlong smiled and said, Father, you're already so old, don't vent your anger on a child. Little girl, it's fine if you take a look. The wounds on my body are a little hideous, don't be scared. Yun Songlong's tone was very amiable, causing Yun Songshue to grit her teeth. Yun Songlong had never even spoken to his own nephew, Tang Yu, in such a nice tone. Second brother and Zhonli really looked down on them. Yun Songshue secretly cursed, and her hatred for Yun Sheng grew. Even though it was their first time meeting, Yun Songlong had a very good impression of Yun Sheng. He couldn't explain why, but he felt that although this little girl's temper was a little fiery, her personality was very frank and cute. He thought of his eldest brother whom he hadn't seen for many years. At that time, his eldest brother had left the residence in a hurry, and his sister-in-law was already pregnant with the Yun family's flesh and blood. If that child was still alive, he would probably be as smart and likable as this little girl in front of him. Yunxing first looked at his right hand. Yunxing originally thought that Yun Songlong's right hand had been cut off by a sharp weapon, but after she examined it, she found that this wasn't the case. "Uncle, was your right hand directly torn off by some ferocious beast?" An expert could tell the truth when they made a move. Yun Songlong's old injury had been there for almost 10 years, but Yun Sheng was able to make such an accurate judgment just by looking at the wound. This made Yun Ba very surprised. Could it be that this little girl really started learning medical skills when she was in her mother's womb? Zhonli hurriedly stepped forward and removed Yun Songlong's clothes. Only then did Yun Songlong's hand appear. Yun Sheng took out the Four Seasons colored glass needles. The moment the needles appeared, Yun Ba, who was originally complaining at the side, immediately fell silent. With his eyesight, he could tell that the medical needles in Yun Sheng's hands were magic tools. Yun Sheng examined Yun Songlong's left hand. As she expected, his left hand had severely atrophied. His skin had no elasticity, and the blood vessels inside were on the verge of drying up. Yun Sheng pricked a few major acupoints on his hand with a needle and asked Yun Songlong for his reaction. Yun Songlong had been pricked by countless doctors more than 100 times. He was already used to it and did not feel anything. "Little girl, you don't have to try anymore. Even if my hand is roasted over a fire or frozen in ice, it won't feel anything. It's already crippled." Yun Songlong had already gotten over it. With such a left hand, he would rather it be completely chopped off just like his right hand. Yun Sheng glanced at Yun Songlong. When she was examining Yun Songlong, she found that there were many wounds on his left hand. Those were burns and even frostbites. Seeing the wounds, Yun Ba and combat strength fell silent. When Yun Songlong's hands were crippled, he went through a period of self-torture. Those wounds were all left behind at that time. In order to prevent Yun Songlong from taking things too hard, Yun Ba had no choice but to order his bodyguards to keep a close watch on him. Later on, Yun Songlong only managed to survive the darkest days after combat strength and Yun Songlong spent a night together. "Uncle, I still need to prick a few more needles. If you feel anything, immediately shout out." Yun Sheng sighed in her heart. The two brothers of the Yun family were indeed plagued with misfortune. If not for her father, Yun Songhai, leaving home, Yun Songlong would not be alone and trapped in the enemy camp. Even if it was for her father, she had to think of a way to save Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong wanted to refuse, but when he saw the sincerity on Yun Sheng's small face, he did not know why, but he could not harden his heart. He did not refuse or agree. Yun Sheng started to prick him again. This time, Yun Sheng used the Yen family's ancestral soul healing needle. The soul healing needle was divided into dark needles and bright needles. Yun Sheng used the dark needles to test whether Yun Songlong's left hand could still be saved. Yun Sheng's jade marrow technique had already reached the 3rd level. This also meant that she could use the 3rd level of the soul healing needle. When she pricked him with the needle, the jade marrow technique in her body immediately activated. The dark needles silently pierced through Yun Songlong's skin and followed his blood vessels into his arm. After the first dark needle entered his body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Yun Songlong did not react at all. She had failed. Yun Sheng was not discouraged. The second time, she used 2 more dark needles. Yun Songlong still did not react. Dark needles consumed a lot of internal energy. After 2 dark needles, Yun Sheng's face was already flushed red. "Don't," Yun Songlong tried to persuade her again. Suddenly, the 4 needles in Yunxing's hand moved together. The 4 seasons colored glass needles accompanied the power of the dark needles. Like a sudden downpour, like a flood or a ferocious beast, they poured out together. A wave of cold and hot numbness came from Yun Songlong's fingers. He cried out in pain. His left hand trembled as if it had been electrocuted. It was just a moment, but it caused the expressions of the 4 people present to change. The most agitated one was Yun Ba. He completely ignored the fact that he had just reprimanded Yun Xing a second earlier. "Songlong, your hand." "My hand, I just regained feeling." Even though it was only for a moment, Yun Songlong clearly felt that his arm had regained feeling. Even though the feeling was very short, his hand had indeed regained feeling. "Little girl, can Songlong's hand still be saved? Isn't that right? Say something." Yun Ba had been on the battlefield all his life and had never bowed his head to anyone. But at this moment, he was just a pitiful father. He looked at Yun Xing, half pleadingly. He hoped that Yun Xing could tell him that Yun Songlong's hand could still be saved. Even if it was just a left hand, it was enough to give Songlong, who had been dispirited for many years, a little hope. Yun Xing's heart was filled with bitterness. How should she answer? Yun Songlong's hand was not completely damaged. Yun Xing had at least proved one thing through the dark needles just now. Yun Songlong's hand was only restricted by a special method. Earlier, she had tested the dark needles twice, but there was no reaction. That was because the power of the dark needles was not enough to break through that method. But if she could cultivate to the 5th level of the Jade Marrow technique, she would be able to release the power of 5 dark needles at once. Then, there might be a chance for her to break through that shackle. But right now, she did not have any other ideas. "Father, don't scare the lass. I'm afraid that she is also helpless." Yun Songlong could tell that Yun Xing was in a difficult position. He did not blame Yun Xing. After so many years, she was already the only doctor who could make his hand feel. Even the great Grand Master of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was unable to make his hand feel anything. "Yan Yun, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. As long as Zhanli is able to do it, I will definitely not frown. As long as you can cure second brother's illness, I can grant you another sect medallion." Zhanli was also moved. He saw the hope of Yun Songlong's recovery from Yun Xing's body. "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to treat him. It's just that I don't have any way to treat him right now. To be honest, young General Yun's hand is not really crippled. It's just that his battle chi has been restricted by a special method." In order to make it easier for everyone to understand, Yun Xing simply drew a simple diagram of a human body on the ground. Thank you to Banksia, Laying Egg, and Amethyst Snow for their tips. Thank you girls for your crazy votes. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Chapter 213. The most important thing for a warrior's body was the circulation of Do Qi. The restriction on Yun Songlong's left arm was very similar to the magic lock Yun Xing's magic power was sealed in Wuxuan Wuji School. However, the technique used by the person who did this to Yun Songlong was much more powerful than ordinary magic locks. Until now, only Yun Xing was able to use the Yen family's ancestral medical soul divine needle and combine it with the Jade Marrow technique to break the restriction. To cure Uncle Yun's hand, we need at least 50% of our Yen family's unique inner energy. However, I have only reached the 3rd level, so I am temporarily helpless. However, if I break through the 5th level in the future, I have absolute confidence that I can cure Uncle Yun. Using the human body structure diagram, Yun Xing explained the treatment and her current difficulties concisely. After hearing Yun Xing's words, the others all came to a realization. Yun Ba did not speak for a long time. On the other hand, Yun Songlong's expression was the calmest of all. Thank you, little godly doctor, for being honest with me. Actually, my hand has been crippled for many years. I am not in a hurry to recover. Little godly doctor, you don't have to blame yourself. If I am lucky, maybe my hand can recover in the future. Yun Songlong looked kindly at Yunxing. For some reason, although it was his first time meeting Yunxing, Yun Songlong felt very close to her. This feeling of closeness was even greater than that of his own nephew, Tang Yu. Perhaps feeling Yun Songlong's friendliness, Yunxing thought for a while. My current skills are not enough, but I have another method. It cannot completely recover Uncle Yun's hand, but it can at least guarantee that your hand will not continue to deteriorate in the next few years. It can also improve the signs of muscle atrophy in your arm. The Jade Marrow technique was a threshold of 3 years. However, in the past 2 years, Yunxing had broken through from the first level to the 3rd level. Although there was some luck involved, it also made Yunxing realize that it was much easier to cultivate the Jade Marrow technique in the Boundless Land than in the modern world. The reason for this was probably because the sun essence in the Boundless world was much purer than the heavily polluted modern society. The method that Yunxing mentioned was the blood cloud beast blood that she had experimented with earlier. The blood cloud beast's blood was a very good medicine to strengthen the body. Combined with Yunxing's special acupuncture technique, Yun Songlong's left hand could absorb part of the beast's blood, which could also improve the deterioration of his left hand. I will return to the medicine hall now and prepare the appropriate beast blood and medicinal herbs. In the future, I will visit your residence every 5 days to perform acupuncture on you. Yunxing ignored the dumbfounded Yunba and left the general's residence. Haha, the little girl's temper is quite bad, but her medical skills and medical ethics are very good. Since she said that there's a cure for second brother's hand, then there must be a cure. Zhonli sighed with emotion, his face full of smiles. She has no respect for her elders and speaks so rudely in front of her elders. One look and I can tell that she wasn't raised in a good family. Yunba recalled Yunxing's attitude towards him just now and was filled with anger. Children nowadays were really too unlikable. Humph. Father, that child's temper is very similar to yours. Yun Songlong smiled. Nonsense, who's similar to her? Zhonli, we haven't met for a long time. I have a few jars of good wine in the wine cellar. Help this old man get them. Yunba sent Zhonli to the wine cellar in the residence to get the wine. Yunba loved drinking the most in his life. Regardless of whether he was happy or unhappy, he liked to drink a few cups. Every time Zhonli came back, he would get drunk. After Zhonli left, Yunba snorted and said with some anger, Songlong, until now, you still refuse to tell father who injured your hands back then. It turned out that Yunba's drinking wine was fake. The real reason was that he deliberately called Zhonli. All these years, Yunba had always thought that Yun Songlong's hands were injured when he was ambushed by the enemy and besieged. However, when that stubborn little girl said it just now, he figured out that something was wrong. His right hand was torn apart by a ferocious beast and his left hand was restrained by a special method. Yun Songlong was Yunba's son. It could be said that all his martial arts skills were inherited from Yunba. Of the 2 sons of the Yun family, Yun Songhai was talented in magic and Yun Songlong was also very talented in martial arts. That year, when Yun Songlong was attacked by the enemy, he was already a martial arts grandmaster and his current combat strength was not much different. If he had used all his strength, Yun Songlong would have at least been able to escape unscathed even if the enemy had 10,000 soldiers. However, he was defeated. Not only was he defeated, but his hands were also crippled and he ended up in his current state. However, if the enemy really wanted to kill Yun Songlong, why would they only cripple his hands? Thinking about it, the enemy either had a deep hatred for the Yun family and wanted the Yun family to live a life worse than death, or they had some misgivings and did not dare to kill Yun Songlong. The martial saint old general himself could not figure out the reason for this, but Yun Songlong was also unwilling to say more. After going back and forth, the truth of the matter had not been exposed. Yun Songlong's pain had only lasted for so many years. "Father, you don't need to ask about what happened that year. It was because I was not as skilled as the enemy that I was injured and embarrassed." The martial saint old general's residence. Yun Songlong's expression was pained. His words showed that he was unwilling to talk about the past. "The wine is here. Second brother, you need to consume beast blood and cannot drink wine. This jar of good wine is for the old general and me." Zhonli, who did not know what was going on, carried a jar of wine over. There was hope for Yun Songlong's hands. Zhonli was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Today, he would not leave until he was drunk. "Brother Qi, I still have something to ask you. That little girl just now, what is her name? Also, her medical skills are very special. I don't think I have seen such acupuncture in Zhou State." Yun Songlong felt that he had seen Yunxing somewhere before. "Her name is Yan Yun. She is an exchange student that I poached from the Imperial Magic Academy. As for where she learned from, I only heard that she lives in a medical clinic in the city." That was all that Zhonli knew. As they spoke, Yunxing had already retrieved the beast blood. She instructed Yun Songlong's attendant to bring it back to his room and began to tell Yun Songlong the taboo of using the beast blood. After soaking his hands in the beast blood, Yun Songlong's skin was much rosier than usual. Yunxing also inserted a few needles into his hands. In the courtyard, Yun Ba and Zhonli drank wine and talked loudly about the current situation in Zhou State. Yun Ba had a fiery temper and would occasionally scold the civil officials in the imperial court. Zhonli could only smile and drink at the side. Unknowingly, the sun had set. When Yunxing walked past the courtyard, she heard Yun Songhai mutter, "Yun Songhai, you unfilial son." She turned around and saw the old general's tall body leaning over the stone table in the courtyard. He was already drunk and looked exceptionally bleak. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of sadness in her heart, and her hatred for the general's residence was no longer as strong. Chapter 2:14. Even though Yun Songlong's hand couldn't be healed immediately, Yun Songlong's PTSD gradually recovered under Yunxing's treatment. His relapses became less frequent, from once every 10 days to once every month. In the end, he was completely healed. Yun Songlong's hand also gradually regained feeling under the effects of numerous hidden needles. Even though he couldn't directly clench his fist, he could already feel the warmth and pain in his hand. This made Yun Ba, who originally had some opinions about Yunxing, speechless. The entire Yun residence was overjoyed by this news, except for Yun Sangxue, who wasn't very happy. Yun Ba had no choice but to tacitly accept PTSD, a condition that had never appeared in the boundless continent. However, Yunxing was still unwilling to go to the general's residence frequently, in case that old man would blow his beard and glare at her every time she saw him. Zhonli had a lot of trust in Yunxing and trusted her even more. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. On this day, Yunxing went to the general's residence to help Yun Songlong with his daily acupuncture treatment. She also checked on him to see if his PTSD had recovered. After spending some time with Yunxing, Yunxing's opinion of the martial saint general's residence changed slightly. Originally, Yunxing thought that Yun Songlong was as unreasonable as Yun Sangxue and could get along with him. Only then did she realize that Yun Songlong was a very easygoing and knowledgeable person. Even though he was bathed in blood on the battlefield, there wasn't a trace of hostility around him. When his hands were still healthy, he still liked to play the flute and drum and was a rare talent among Zhou State's generals who excelled in both the pen and the sword. He also told Yunxing a lot about Zhou State's local customs and practices, which broadened Yunxing's horizons. Yun Sanglong and Yun Xing also got along very well. He originally thought that Yun Xing was just a precocious doctor and was at most a little smarter than ordinary people. However, the more he interacted with her, the more Yun Sanglong felt that her speech and understanding were extraordinary. This lad is not a fish in a pond. Big brother Jean has found a treasure this time. Yun Sanglong secretly praised. Uncle Yun, your PTSD has been cured. Your left hand has also improved recently. Your atrophied muscles have also recovered quite a bit. In the future, you only need to pay attention to your diet and rest, and your body will gradually recover. Although you can't directly cultivate Do Qi, you can do some simple martial arts training. Yun Xing put away the Four Seasons colored glass needles and discussed the illness with Yun Sanglong. Because the veins in his left hand were blocked, Yun Sanglong could not directly circulate his Do Qi. However, his body's foundation was very good. If he recovered properly, even if he could not return to his original condition, his body would be healthy and pain-free. Yun Sanglong retracted his thoughts. He only thought that Yun Xing was comforting him. With his half-crippled body, how could he return to his original peak condition? He thought for a while, then suddenly said, Yen lass, Uncle Yun wants to ask you for a favor. During this period of time, Yun Xing and Yun Sanglong had already become familiar with each other. Yun Sanglong was a forthright person, and he did not call Yun Xing Divine Dr. Yen. Instead, he directly called her Yen lass. Yun Xing was quite used to this intimate form of address. Uncle, just say what you want. However, let me say this first, it's best that this matter has nothing to do with that stubborn father of yours. Yun Xing curled her lips. Forgiving Yun Sanglong was one thing, forgiving Yun Ba was another. Even now, every time Yun Ba saw Yun Xing, he would always make a strange snorting sound. In return, Yun Xing would always roll her eyes at him. When he heard Yun Xing's angry tone, Yun Sanglong had the urge to laugh. In reality, Yun Sanglong did not reject the childish bickering between his father and Yun Xing. Instead, he liked it. This gave Yun Sanglong the illusion that his grandchildren were happy together. Compared to his incompetent nephew Tang Yu, who only knew how to cause trouble for the general's estate, Yun Sanglong would rather Yun Xing be his niece. I want you to help me take a look at those brothers of the Yun family army. Yun Sanglong and Yun Xing left the general's estate together. Zhou State revered martial arts, and the general's estate of the martial Saint General was in great favor for a time. The previous emperor of Zhou State allowed the Yun family army to form their own personal army. The Yun family army that Yun Sanglong mentioned was the Yun family's private army. The army only belonged to the Yun family, and they received their salaries directly from the Yun family's treasury. They were mainly responsible for patrolling and inspecting the Yun family's territory. After Yun Sanglong was injured and returned to the estate, he had not gone to the Yun family army for many years. The matters of the army were all handed over to his third sister, Yun Sangxue, to manage. Bringing Yun Xing to the Yun family army was because after Yun Sanglong was defeated many years ago, a group of soldiers who were lucky enough to survive with him were all placed in the Yun family army. These brothers had accompanied Yun Sanglong through fire and water, but because of their family background, they were unable to receive the same treatment as Yun Sanglong. It was said that these brothers had not been living well these past few years. Yun Sanglong had always wanted to visit his old comrades, but he was suffering from a strange illness and could not go out. Now that his body had recovered, he could not wait to see his old comrades. In the past, he did not know about the war trauma syndrome. After being reminded by Yun Xing, he realized that other than him, there were probably many other brothers in the Yun family army who had suffered from this strange illness. The uncle and niece walked together on the streets of Yujing. Facing the crowds, carriages, and horses coming and going, as well as the streets of Yujing that were no longer the same as they were many years ago, Yun Sanglong felt a little afraid for a moment. He was like a lost child, tossing and turning, not knowing how to face the crowd. After Yun Songlong suffered from the hysteria, in order to prevent him from hurting others, Yunba had always forbidden him from going out. This was the first time in many years that he had left the general's estate alone. Just as Yun Songlong was hesitating, a warm feeling came from his left hand. Looking down, he saw Yun Xing's soft little hand holding Yun Songlong's large hand. Although the feeling was very weak, Yun Songlong could see the consolation in Yun Xing's encouraging eyes. He smiled and strode into the crowd. After walking a few steps, Yun Songlong felt a wave of hunger. Only then did he remember that he had been so focused on chatting with Yun Xing in the morning that he had forgotten to eat. It was Uncle Yun who neglected it. It should be time for lunch. You are at the age where you are growing. The big pots of rice in the Yun family army camp are not very nutritious, Yun Songlong said with an embarrassed smile. He chose a famous and old restaurant in the city and wanted to bring Yun Xing to eat their fill. When the uncle and niece of the Yun family entered, they did not notice that there were 3 pairs of eyes looking at them from above the restaurant. That's strange. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the little girl from the martial arts center? Why is she walking with a middle-aged man? It can't be. In a private room in the restaurant sat Yi Baiming, Cheng Bai, and Bu Jiuxiao. The 3 of them frequented this restaurant on a daily basis. They did not expect to meet Yun Xing and Yun Songlong here. Yun Xing and Yun Songlong walked in hand. This could easily cause misunderstandings. Yi Baiming's gaze darkened slightly as he looked at the smiling Yun Xing. For some reason, he felt that the smile on Yun Xing's face was very dazzling. Chapter 2:15. Bu Jiuxiao saw that Yi Baiming's expression wasn't good, so he looked over as well. With one look, he was so shocked that he immediately stood up. Yun Songlong. The Marshal Saint General's Residence's Yun Songlong. His hysteria has been cured. Bu Jiuxiao saw clearly that the thin man sitting opposite Yun Xing was Yun Songlong. He was different from Yi Baiming and Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai's ancestors were civil officials, while Yi Baiming was blind in his early years. The 2 of them had never seen the once prominent second young master of the Yun family, Yun Songlong, in Zhou State. The Marshal Saint General's residence had many outstanding people in its early years. Yun Songhai was the youngest sky magician in Zhou State, and his younger brother, Yun Songlong, was also the youngest general in Zhou State. The Marshal Saint General was old, and the Marquis of Jiayuan guarded the Jade Capital. Yun Songlong rose to prominence at that time. He went to war when he was 12, and when he was 25, his battle skills were invincible. At that time, Bu Jiuxiao was only a 5 or 6-year-old child, but in his childhood memories, the name Yun Songlong was synonymous with hero. Yun Songlong was disabled and left Zhou State's military camp, which made the young Bu Jiuxiao sad for a long time. He originally thought that he wouldn't have the chance to see his childhood idol appear again in this lifetime, but a few hundred meters away, the person chatting happily was indeed Yun Songlong. What? You said that middle-aged man is Yun Songlong. Then isn't he Master's sworn brother? No wonder Master's mood was so good recently. So he introduced the little divine doctor to Yun Songlong. When Cheng Bai heard that it was Yun Songlong, he also looked over anxiously. Yun Songlong had been away from the eyes of the people for too long, so long that most of the people in Jade Capital already didn't recognize the Zhou State's general who once commanded the battlefield. So it's just to see a doctor. Yi Baiming unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. The restaurant Yun Xing and Yun Songlong were in was a famous restaurant in Jade Capital. There were all kinds of people in it, and there were even some singers who were here to earn a living. When the 2 of them were halfway through their meal, a delicate and pretty singer of about 13 or 14 years old walked over shyly. She held a pipa in her hands and asked softly, two guests, the Oriole will sing a little song to liven things up. If the song is to your liking, can you give the Oriole a few copper coins as a reward? This female singer looked very young and inexperienced, and her voice was trembling a little. Her clothes were very ordinary, but her words and actions did not seem like an ordinary prostitute. Most of these women had no choice but to go out to perform for the sake of their family's livelihood because their family had declined. In a place like a restaurant, there were all kinds of people. A singing girl who looked like a little lamb must have a hard time here. Yun Songlong nodded and took out 5 silver coins and gave them to Oriole. When Oriole saw this, she hurriedly knelt down to thank him and was pulled up by Yunsheng. She gently plucked the strings, and a burst of pipa music that sounded like the tinkling of spring water slowly played in the restaurant. The singing girl Oriole's pipa skills were not very good, but her singing voice was very good. It was sweet and clear, and it was a naturally good voice. Yunsheng had never heard of this kind of live performance in her previous life. Hearing it today, it had a different flavor. On Yun Songlong's face, there was also a look of appreciation. When the song reached its climax, a few gold coins fell from the sky and landed at Oriole's feet. Oriole was startled and her singing stopped. The pipa in her hand also fell to the ground in fright. A rough voice immediately sounded, "Young lady's voice is not bad." Hearing it makes the young master's hearts tremble. "Come over here and sing a little song. The young masters have plenty of gold coins." After saying that, a burst of unbridled whistling could be heard. Yunsheng raised her head to look. The window in the direction of the restaurant was wide open, and the sound was coming from the private room. Just as the teasing stopped, a few fierce-looking guards came down from upstairs and pulled Oriole, who was in a terrible state, to the private room upstairs. Oriole's cries attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant, but no one stepped forward to help. The customers were all expressionless, as if they were already used to this kind of scene. An orphan girl who entered the mouths of those foppish men was bound to meet with misfortune. Those who dared to commit murder in such a public place like the restaurant must have a strong family background. Oriole was just a singing girl who had no one to rely on. It was really not worth offending those foppish men in the Jade Capital for her. Even the restaurant owner only shook his head and sighed, but did not step forward to help. This is too much. Yunsheng pulled out her magic scepter and was about to take action. But just as she was about to take action, she suddenly noticed that Yun Songlong was not right. Yun Songlong's left hand was slightly trembling because of anger. His hand could move. Seeing this, Yunsheng put down her magic scepter. "None of you touch me, I am the daughter of the Yun family's military officer, Huang Qianyong." The Oriole was dragged all the way, and seeing that she was about to be pulled into a private room, her pale face flushed red with anger. Her shoulders, which were originally trembling with fear, suddenly straightened. She did not know where she got the strength from, but she pushed the guards away and stumbled down the stairs. She was originally the daughter of a military family and lived a carefree life. If not for her father's illness, she would never appear in public in such a place. The Yun family's army. Yun Songlong's left hand trembled even more violently. Children of military families were military families. Zhou state's laws had a certain degree of protection for the wives, daughters, and children of active military personnel. If anyone harmed a military family, the crime would be doubled. Hearing Oriole's words, the guards also had some misgivings. "What are you spacing out for? Grab her." Why would a military family member of the Yun family sing in a restaurant? In the private room, not only were the debauches not frightened, they became even more aggressive. If it was 10 years ago, the Yun family army would be considered a famous army in Zhou state. But now, it was different. The Yun family army had long since declined. When the guards heard this, they became even more unscrupulous. Like eagles pouncing on chicks, they grabbed Oriole's hair and dragged her upstairs. Tears streamed down Oriole's face. She already had the intention to die in her heart. She knew that her chastity had been insulted today, so she might as well die. She clenched her teeth and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Let her go. Yun Songlong was angry and he suddenly stood up. Although Yun Songlong was disabled, the murderous aura he had honed on the battlefield in his early years was like an unsheathed sword. With an angry roar, the entire restaurant shook as if it had been struck by lightning. The few guards who were dragging the Oriole only felt the dough chi in their bodies stop. It was as though they had been punched in the chest by someone. They abruptly withdrew their hands. Within the private room, the wave of laughter also instantly quieted down. Where did these blind people come from? How dare they interfere with this young master's business? A burst of anger could be heard from the private room as a group of young martial practitioners wearing luxurious clothes walked down. When Yunxing saw this, her throat itched and she couldn't help but cough. This time, it really was a case of the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. They didn't recognize their own family. Among the luxuriously dressed martial practitioners, one of them looked very familiar. Wasn't that Yun Songlong's good nephew, Tang Yu? Chapter 216. Just as Yunxing was lighting a candle for Tang Yu in her heart, Tang Yu still didn't realize that he had caused a huge disaster. After not seeing him for more than a year, not only did Tang Yu not improve, he had become even more mischievous. He was originally studying at Wushuan Limitless School. At that time, he had borrowed Yun Songlong's relationship and combat strength had given him face to let him go. However, who knew that this brat would be beaten down by triple training in the morning, afternoon and night after entering the martial arts school for a few months. His mother, Yun Songxue, felt sorry for her son and begged combat strength to find an easier training for her son. Combat strength hated this kind of backdoor behavior the most and simply persuaded Tang Yu to leave. Yun Songxue had no choice but to send Tang Yu to the Marquis of Jiayuan's residence to learn martial arts with a few of his sons. After Tang Yu arrived, not only did he not learn his lesson, he even skipped classes and fooled around with the relatives of the Marquis of Jiayuan. After failing to loiter around the brothels of the Jade capital, he even forcefully snatched women in restaurants. Today, he was drunk in the restaurant when he suddenly heard sweet singing coming from downstairs. The hedonistic sons at the side were coaxing together and had the idea of grabbing the singer upstairs. Who knew that the Oriole was someone who refused to submit to power? She reported her identity, and when he found out that she was a soldier's wife, Tang Yu was shocked. However, he thought about it again. The Yun family army was a group of servants raised by his Yun residents. All these years, second uncle didn't leave the house and the Yun family army's salary was all arranged by his mother, Yun Songxue. Regardless of whether the Oriole was really a soldier's wife or not, even if she was, Tang Yu wasn't worried that she would really cause any trouble. A low-class soldier's wife who relied on the Yun family's salary to survive was at best worse than a beast. Since young Master Tang had taken a fancy to her, the Oriole should feel honored. When Tang Yu came out, he didn't pay attention to Yun Songlong. Today, Yun Songlong had changed his clothes and shaved his beard when he went out. He was completely different from the second uncle that Tang Yu remembered seeing in the Yun residence, so Tang Yu naturally couldn't recognize him. Tang Yu's perverted heart never changed. When he took a closer look, he saw the Oriole crawling on the ground with her face covered in rain. Her hair was messy, which made her palm-sized face even more alluring. Tang Yu only felt an unbearable itch in his heart. With a mischievous smile, he reached out to touch the Oriole's face. "What are you crying for, little beauty? Didn't you just say that you're a soldier's wife? That's great. Do you know who I am?" I am the young master of the Yun residence, Tang Yu. Your father is a subordinate of my grandfather and second uncle. You just happen to be here to serve this young master. Tang Yu's words made the Oriole even more embarrassed and angry. She did not expect that the one who caused her to end up in such a miserable state was the young master of the Marshal St. General's residence. The guests in the restaurant were also shaking their heads. The Marshal St. General's manner was unfortunate. In the third generation, not only did they not have a successor, their only grandson, Tang Yu, was actually such a bastard. The reputation of the Marshal St. General's residence was completely lost by him. Tang Yu. What a good Tang Yu. What a good son Yun Sangxue raised. Yun Songlong was also unbearably angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he could not move his hands, with his previous temper, regardless of whether Tang Yu was his nephew or not, Tang Yu would definitely have died with a single slap. How dare you? Who are you to insult my mother? Tang Yu's eyes were wide open as he glanced at Yun Songlong. Only with this glance did he recognize the person. Tang Yu's calf cramped and he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. He stammered, Second uncle. Second uncle. This earth-shattering sentence caused Huang Ke to stop crying. The customers who were watching the show were all astonished. Tang Yu's second uncle was the Marshal St. General's residence's Yun Songlong. Young General Yun, are you the young General Yun that father often talks about? The Oriole looked as if she had seen her savior and knelt in front of Yun Songlong. Good child, quickly get up. Your father is my battalion commander and I didn't recognize you just now. However, as a soldier's family member and the Yun family army has always enjoyed the Yun residence's salary, how did you fall to the point where you have to go out to sing? Hearing Yun Songlong ask about the Yun family army, Tang Yu, who was frightened into a ball, couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic. Yun Xing noticed this. It seemed that during the period when Yun Songlong was seriously ill, something must have happened to the Yun family army. General Yun, you don't know, but the Yun family army hasn't given out any salary for many years. After my father returned from the battlefield, in the first few years, he could still get some salary from the Yun family army. However, starting from 3 years ago, the Yun residents stopped everyone's salary. There were also a few brave soldiers who went to the Yun residence to ask for their salary, but they were all chased out by the Yun residence's guards. Seeing Yun Songlong, the Oriole had the guts to spit out all the bitter water that had happened to the Yun family army all these years. There were many other Yun family army soldiers who had encountered the same situation as her. Because these people were the Yun residence's private army, after leaving the national army, they were unwilling to take up other jobs. Huang Ke's father was very unfortunate. He was injured on the battlefield and had been living in poverty all these years, muddling along. Huang Ke had also heard that singing in the city's restaurants could earn money, so she came here to sing. Who knew that on the first day she came here, she would be teased by Tang Yu and the others. When Tang Yu saw this, she secretly wanted to slip away. However, who knew that Yun Xing, who had been silent all this time, would mock her? Young Master Tang, where are you going? Are you going home to complain to your mother? Tang Yu was so angry that she almost fainted. However, Yun Songlong's thick eyebrows raised. Tang Yu, come here. Yun Songlong wasn't completely unaware that Yun Sangxue was cultivating her own power in the Yun residence. However, due to his terrible illness, the entire Yun residence was taken care of by his sister alone. He felt guilty and didn't pursue the matter. However, today's matter had touched his bottom line. There were more than 1,000 people in the Yun family army and all of them were good brothers who had followed him through life and death. Yun Sangxue could touch anyone but the Yun family army. Tang Yu was still very fearful of this second uncle of his. His group of playmates had already dispersed in a hubbub. Although there were guards present in the Yun residence, who would dare to make a move in front of Yun Songlong. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Tang Yu could only timidly walk over. "Kneel down and apologize to Miss Huang Ke," Yun Songlong said bitterly. He had occasionally gone out today and encountered the matter of the aureole. Who knew how many innocent commoners and girls had been defiled by Tang Yu? His father had no time to care about the matters in the Yun residence all these years, which was why Tang Yu had developed such a character. When Huang Ke heard this, she jumped in fright and hurriedly shook her head. "General Yun, Huang Ke cannot accept this. I only beg young Master Tang not to bully other girls in the future." "That's right, second uncle. Her father is only one of your subordinates. What right does he have to make me kneel down and apologize?" Not only did Tang Yu not have any intention of repentance, he even continued to act like a young master. Seeing this, Yun Songlong's face darkened. "Tang Yu, come here." Tang Yu walked over without understanding. Just as he approached, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knees, as if someone had interrupted him. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. It was Yun Songlong who had abruptly kicked him. Although he had lost his Do Chi, his battle skills were still there. This kick and retraction seemed to carry the power of wind and thunder. With one kick, Tang Yu's knees were actually forcefully dislocated, the sound of bones cracking clearly audible. User points, Destiny, Azure, Su Su, and Chuya's rewards have been up for more than a month. Fortunately, there are still people looking. As long as there are people looking, I will persevere. Chapter 217. The sound of bones breaking entered the ears of everyone present. Even Yunxing felt her eyelids twitch. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the former number 1 general of Zhou State, a ruthless character on the battlefield. His actions were both ruthless and fast. Yunxing secretly exclaimed, "Well done." The knees were one of the most important vital parts of the human body. Having the knees broken while they were still alive was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain was unimaginable. Tang Yu had completely sobered up by now. Only now did he know that second uncle was truly angry today. Second uncle, have mercy." Tang Yu was pampered in the Yun residence. His entire body was in pain as he hugged his knees and rolled on the ground. Second master, please have mercy." The guards were also anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Scram! Whoever dares to stop me from teaching this little bastard a lesson today will be dealt with according to military law." Yun Songlong's aura was completely exposed. Between his brows, there was a faint thunderous aura of the former young general. Yunxing watched from the side and nodded repeatedly. With Tang Yu's temperament, if he wasn't properly disciplined, the Yun residence would definitely be turned into a mess by him in the future. Yun Songlong taught him a good lesson. In the private room, Yi Baiming, Qing Bai, and Bu Jiuxiao also nodded. The three of them had the same expression. With Yun Songlong's appearance today, it seemed that the Yun family was going to change. Tang Yu wailed on the ground, but Yun Songlong was indifferent. Second uncle, on account of the fact that I'm the only grandchild in the residence of Yun, please let me go. I'm the only descendant left of my mother's bloodline," Tang Yu pleaded recklessly. He thought that if the Yun residence had no successor, Yun Songlong wouldn't really do anything to him. "Tang Yu, if you don't apologize today, don't mention your mother, even if your grandfather came personally, I would still beat him up. If it was in the military camp, a piece of trash like you wouldn't be enough even if you died 10 times. Yun Songlong couldn't help but sigh. The Yun residence was unfortunate to have a descendant like Tang Yu. If Big Brother was still alive, his children would definitely be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than this little rascal. "Little Yen, I'll have to trouble you to help me tie up this brat and transport him to the Yun family army's encampment." I'll bring him to apologize to my old comrades. Yun Songlong wanted to go to the encampment today to see clearly what exactly Yun Sangxue had done to the Yun family army all these years behind his back. Yun Xing nodded. She waved her magic scepter, and several light blue water ropes spontaneously formed. They were like nimble vines, binding Tang Yu tightly. Yun Xing was annoyed by Tang Yu's incessant yelling, so she simply used a ball of water vapor to block his mouth. She then used a levitation spell to lift Tang Yu's rather large body up. Wait! A group of guards rushed in from the entrance of the restaurant. They were all guards from the residence of Yun. Yun Sangxue was like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars as he walked out in fury. It turned out that when the residents of Yun's guards saw that Tang Yu had been captured, they were afraid that Yun Songlong would really hurt Tang Yu in a fit of rage. Thus, they secretly sent someone back to the general's estate to report. When Yun Sangxue heard that her beloved son was beaten by her brother in public because of a lowly singer, the rage in her heart soared. She immediately ordered a dozen guards to rush over. Mother's darling, what happened to you? Yun Sangxue took a closer look. Tang Yu's legs were hanging weakly on the ground, and his face was deathly pale from the pain. Her heart ached, and she was extremely angry at her second brother for being so heavy-handed. She cried as she pounced forward and hugged Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu's mouth was covered with a ball of water vapor and he couldn't speak. Yun Sangxue was even more furious. Who is it? How dare you treat my son like this? It's me. Yun Xing also didn't expect that Yun Sangxue would disregard the Yun residence's face and directly bring a group of guards here. No wonder Tang Yu had developed such a personality. It was directly related to Yun Sangxue, his mother. It's you again, you little slut. See how I'll deal with you later. Yun Sangxue fiercely glared at Yun Xing, then glanced at the black-faced Yun Songlong. Second brother, is your nephew. He did something wrong, so you only need to bring him back to the residence. Sangxue will discipline him. However, if you directly break his knees, it will affect his future martial arts training. What will you do then? Yun Sangxue knew that her second brother had a fiery temper. She didn't want today's matter to reach her father, Yun Ba. Third sister, you don't need to say any more. I'll wait for Tang Yu to return to the Yun family's encampment. There will be military law as to how he should be punished. Yun Songlong was unmoved. Second brother, don't force me. Yun Sangxue was anxious to protect her son. Seeing that Yun Songlong was still unmoved, she also pulled a long face and slowly stood up. With just a glance, the dozens of guards beside her immediately moved and surrounded Yun Songlong and Yun Xing. All these years, Yun Sangxue had been in charge of the Yun family and she had nurtured a group of loyal soldiers. Although Yun Songlong was the male heir of the Yun family, the guards all knew that his hands were crippled and his body was crippled. He didn't have the slightest bit of life left in his body. A person like this could never inherit the Yun family's business. On the other hand, third Miss Yun Sangxue had little young master Tang Yu and would definitely inherit the Yun family in the future. Since that was the case, they naturally had to listen to Yun Sangxue's orders. Yun Sangxue had also been forced into a corner. She knew that her father and second brother were stubborn. She knew very well that in a place like the Yun family's encampment, Tang Yu had done so many shameful things over the years. If they really wanted to punish him according to military law, Tang Yu's little life would be lost. Yun Songlong's face also darkened slightly. He could see that Yun Sangxue was going to shed all pretense of cordiality today. Yun Sangxue was a fierce woman from a family of generals. Although her Do Qi couldn't be compared to her father Yun Ba and second brother Yun Songlong, she had also learned martial arts from a young age. Her martial skills had been taught by Yun Ba, and she was now a martial honorable. If Yun Songlong still had his Do Qi, he naturally wouldn't need to fear Yun Sangxue and the guards. However, his hands were crippled and his dou qi was suppressed. If they really fought, he would definitely not be a match for them. Moreover, the restaurant was chaotic and he still had Yun Sheng and Oriole, two weak women, by his side. Yun Sheng was a sorcerer and Yun Songlong didn't know what her cultivation was like. However, if they really fought, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yun Songlong's misgivings were exactly what Yun Sangxue had noticed the moment they entered the restaurant. That damned sorceress. If it weren't for her, why would Yun Songlong have a conflict with her? And that seductive singer, what military wife? Wasn't she just a little fox? Yun Songlong glared at Yun Sheng with hatred. Men, tie up those two little hooves first. At her command, the Yun residence's guards pounced on Yun Sheng and Oriole like hungry wolves. Yun Sheng frowned and secretly sighed. Yun Sangxue, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Since you've beaten up the little one, you can beat up the big one as well. Chapter 2:18. The Yun siblings faced each other. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the owner of the restaurant hurriedly closed the door and the customers dispersed. Only the private rooms upstairs remained silent. The owner couldn't care less and hid under the counter with a few waiters. Take! Yun Sangxue shouted angrily, but only finished half of her sentence. She hadn't even finished releasing her fighting aura when she felt the ground beneath her feet tremble. Yun Sangxue's instinct as a warrior told her that there was something abnormal underground. She looked at the female mage again and saw that she had already raised her magic scepter. She actually activated magic so quickly. With a bang, the floor tiles of the restaurant were overturned and several streaks of water vapor shot out from the ground. The water vapor quickly condensed together and twisted, finally forming a blue anaconda. Yun Songlong was shocked. He saw Yun Sheng raise her magic scepter and move her red lips. Dense water element magic was emitted from the anaconda's body. Under its empty gaze, the guards of the Marshal St. General's residence were nothing. It curled up in the air and flicked its light blue tongue. The anaconda was as thick as a wooden barrel and had a mouth like a basin. It roared and swept its tail, firmly entangling the guards of the Marshal St. General's residence. Mid-level magic, water-binding transformation, anaconda. The strength of the anaconda was at least 250 kilograms. The enormous water element magic instantly crushed the sternum of the guards. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead and kept begging for mercy. Damn it, this female magician's strength is actually so strong. To be able to form a mimicry of mid-level water magic like the anaconda in the blink of an eye, her strength was at least that of an archmage. At this moment, Yun Sangxue already knew that things weren't going well. She leaped high and aimed at the Oriole not far away. As long as she caught the Oriole, she wouldn't be afraid that she wouldn't yield. Yun Sangxue had underestimated Yun Sheng. How could she not know Yun Sangxue's intention? She wanted to use the weakness of the Oriole to threaten her. That water python with its head held high suddenly moved. Its enormous body was like a water rainbow as it swiftly attacked the place where Yun Sangxue had landed. Under the circumstances, Yun Sangxue also revealed her solid foundation as a martial artist. She took a few steps in midair and actually changed her landing trajectory in midair. She abruptly changed her trajectory and landed in the empty space where the anaconda was attacking. The anaconda was extremely ferocious. With a loud bang, a large hole was drilled into the floor of the restaurant. The Oriole, who was a few meters away from the anaconda, screamed. If it had been half a second later, the falling rocks would have definitely made the Oriole bleed. In a moment of desperation, Yun Sheng's gaze fell between the water python and Yun Sangxue. Yun Sangxue turned back halfway. Although she was lucky enough to avoid the anaconda, she did not gain much of an advantage. She staggered and landed on the ground. The guards at the side wanted to go up and help her, but she stopped them with a fierce voice. Yunxing had to do two things in an instant. First, she had to urge the anaconda to attack Yunsangshui. Second, she had to go and save Huang Ke. However, she was only one person. If she did two things at the same time, she would definitely reveal a gap. In this situation, if it were anyone else, they would definitely be flustered. However, at this moment, Yunxing revealed the strong will and sharp reflexes that she had honed on the operating table as a doctor in her previous life. She did not retreat, nor did she give way. The bone-bewitching scepter in her hand drew a dazzling arc in the air as she chanted softly. On her magic scepter, the two magic soul stones and the imprint of the wind fairy lit up at the same time. The anaconda that had burrowed into the ground let out a loud splash. A ripple appeared on its body that was as thick as a wooden bucket. That ripple split from its head and extended all the way to its tail. That scene looked very terrifying. Suddenly, the anaconda split into two. One anaconda attacked Yunsangshui, while the other anaconda coiled around Huang Ke. The falling rocks were blocked by the thick water vapor from the anaconda, and did not hurt Huang Quebec Yunsangshui, and the rest were also caught off guard by the attack. In the private room, Yi Baiming's silver eyes suddenly shrank. He praised in his heart, what a cool spell. A mere mimicry anaconda was not surprising. Yi Baiming could also see that the anaconda was not mature yet. It was obvious that the female magic caster had not comprehended a mid-level spell for long. However, it was precisely this kind of immature and even somewhat inexperienced magic that was able to make the astonishing transformation of splitting the snake into two under the critical situation. This was something that no one had expected. That female magic caster's control over her spell was very outstanding. The two anacondas were exactly the same size, and the magical waves were also almost the same. This also showed that the person who cast the spell had a very strict control over the magical elements. Yi Baiming finally understood the meaning of Qing Bai's words earlier. This lass from the Royal Magic Academy indeed made people gain something every time they saw her. Zangshui, stop. When are you going to stop? In a rage, Yun Songlong's body moved like a phantom, passing by the anaconda and the guards. He raised his left hand and slapped Yun Sangshui furiously. Yun Sangshui was stunned. The guards present were also dumbfounded. General Yun's hand. Even Yun Songlong himself was stunned by this slap. He looked at his hand in disbelief. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from outside the restaurant. The old general of the Martial Saint realm had arrived. There were many people in the restaurant, and the news of Yun Songlong's appearance in the restaurant spread out in less than 15 minutes. Almost at the same time, a few spies secretly brought the news of Yun Songlong to a few places in the Jade capital. In the Medicine Imperial Pavilion, Yao Rong also received the news. What? You said that you saw Yun Songhai in the Jade house, and his hysteria was cured? Yun Songlong's illness was a sore point for the Medicine Imperial Pavilion. His hysteria was not cured for many years, and the outside world said that the Medicine Imperial Pavilion was unable to cure him. But now, Yun Songlong had recovered, and no one knew who had cured his illness. Send someone to inquire about it. You must find out exactly who has been entering and exiting the Martial Saint General's mansion during this period of time. Yao Rong was not a narrow-minded person. She only wanted to find the genius doctor who had cured Yun Songlong. If that person could join the Medicine Imperial Pavilion, that would be the best. But if that divine doctor was not willing to join, then she could personally go and exchange pointers with the divine doctor. Just as Yao Rong sent someone to find out about the Martial Saint General's manor, a spy in the Marquis of Juyuan's manor reported Yun Songlong's appearance in the restaurant in the Jade capital to the Marquis of Juyuan. When the Marquis of Juyuan received this news, his expression was strange. He looked a little emotional, but also a little worried. After thinking for a moment, he ordered someone to send over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He immediately wrote a letter and handed it over to his personal guard. Send someone to deliver this letter to that person. Tell him that Yun Songlong's illness has been cured. Chapter 219. After learning that his 2 children had fought in the restaurant, Yun Ba rushed into the restaurant like an enraged lion. Inside the restaurant, the tables, chairs, and floor were all smashed to pieces. Yun Sangxue was drenched in water and her hair was disheveled. She stood in a daze, her cheeks puffed up as if a steamed bun had been stuffed into her mouth. Yun Songlong stood there in a daze with a vexed expression. When he saw Yun Songlong's hand, Yun Ba was overjoyed. Songlong could move his hand. But then he saw the frightened aureole and indifferent Yunxing. This female magician again. Why did he run into her everywhere? The floor of the restaurant was filled with traces of magic being used, and the floor was littered with Yun family guards. This made Yun Ba feel even more upset. In Yun Ba's mind, if the Yun family made a mistake, even if they had to be punished, it was their own business. Yun Songlong teaching Yun Sangxue a lesson was a family matter. But that female magician was an outsider. She had hurt Yun Sangxue and her son. That was unacceptable. Father, second brother hit me. He even wanted to kill you, Yun Sangxue seemed to have been beaten silly by Yun Songlong. She cried when she saw Yun Ba. She pulled over Tang Yu, whose knees were broken, and knelt in front of Yun Ba, sobbing. She understood her father the best. Ever since her eldest brother, Yun Songhai, left the residence, the Yun family's bloodline had become her father's top priority. Because her second brother was crippled, he refused to marry and have children. Although her youth was a disappointment, he had become the Yun family's only hope to continue the family's bloodline. Sangxue, sigh. Yun Ba had a strong personality and was the most protective. When he saw the miserable state of the mother and son pair, his earlier dissatisfaction with the mother and son disappeared by 70 to 80%. He had heard about today's matter from his spies on the way here. The source of the truth was indeed Tang Yu's disappointment. Among his 3 children, the most carefree one was Yun Songhai. Yun Sangxue was unruly and headstrong. His second son, Yun Songlong, was more reserved. However, among the 3 of them, Yun Songlong was the most loyal. Today, Tang Yu had almost insulted the family of the Yun family army. If Tang Yu didn't give a proper apology, Yun Songlong would really punish her according to military law. But even if they failed to live up to expectations, Yun Songlong and his mother were still part of the Yun family. Songlong, Sangxue owes you an explanation for what happened to the Yun family army. However, these are all family matters and there is no need to use military law. You've already fought and broken Yu's knees. Let's just let this matter pass. As for you. Yun Ba's words suddenly changed as he glared at Yunxing. Little girl, you hit my daughter and injured my guards. If I, Yun Ba, don't get justice today, I'm afraid that my Marshal St. General's estate will not be able to establish itself in Zhou State in the future. Yun Ba's words were filled with killing intent. No matter how well the news of the incident at the restaurant was kept under wraps, it was bound to spread throughout the entire capital. Tomorrow at the imperial court, Elder Qin and the other civil officials would definitely use Yun Ba's lack of discipline as an excuse to file a complaint. Since that was the case, Yun Ba had to find a scapegoat for today's incident and the most suitable candidate was Yunxing. Yunxing smiled mockingly as she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Father, Yen is my savior. It can be said that my hand was healed by her. In order to protect Sangshue and her son, you took your anger out on Yen. I will be the first to disagree with this. Yun Sanglang didn't expect his father to push all the blame onto Yun Xing. Father, was he muddle-headed? Yun Sangshue and her son were overjoyed. Once Yun Ba made a move, that annoying female magician would definitely die. This old man hasn't finished speaking. Although you injured Sangshue and her son, you are indeed my Yun estate's great benefactor. This old man is extremely grateful that you saved my second son's hand. Yun Ba bowed slightly towards Yun Xing. Yun Ba's actions startled everyone in the restaurant. Yun Ba was the martial saint of Zhou State and a first-rank official. The previous emperor had specially bestowed upon him the honor of not having to bow when meeting the emperor of Zhou State due to his meritorious service. His bow to Yun Xing was an honor that even the imperial capital of Zhou State didn't enjoy. Yun Xing was more than shocked. Yun Ba was her grandfather in terms of seniority. How could she accept this bow? She decisively dodged to the side and pushed the aureole out. Old General, I can't accept this bow. It's right and proper for a doctor to treat others. If the residents of Yun really owes someone something, then you owe the Yun family's soldiers and their families. Yun Ba had already investigated the situation of the Yun family army. Yun Sangshue had indeed withheld the Yun family army's salary. In the past 5 years, the Yun estate had never paid a single cent to the Yun family army. Many of the soldiers' families had suffered from hunger and cold because of this. The entire military camp was now like scattered sand, with many people freezing and starving to death every year. No, the aureole doesn't dare. The aureole was so scared that her face drained of color when she saw the gray-haired Yun Ba. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Although the aureole has complained about the Yun estate, she has never hated old General's family. The aureole's mother suffered a hemorrhage when she gave birth to the aureole. It was only because young General Yun personally invited a doctor that the aureole was able to survive. Father once said that the Huang family will be servants of the Yun estate for the rest of their lives. The aureole's forehead hit the ground like a chick pecking at rice. Soon, her forehead was covered in blood. Seeing this, Yun Sanglang felt even more guilty. Yun Ba's eyes were also gloomy. All parents in the world were pitiful. He had inverted right and wrong today. In order to protect Yun Sangshue and her son, he had implicated the innocent. When had he ever felt good in his heart? Distinguishing between kindness and hatred is the teachings of the Yun estate's ancestors. What the Yun estate owes, this old man will definitely repay. However, what others owe the Yun estate, this old man will definitely take back. Little girl, seeing that you saved my son, this old man can spare your life. However, your sorcery cannot be kept. Yun Ba's words implied that he wanted to destroy Yun Xing's Dharma soul. But what if I refuse? Yun Xing's expression darkened, and her heart froze. This was her good grandfather. For the sake of a good-for-nothing descendant, he actually wanted to destroy her Dharma soul. Such a rude and unreasonable person. It was no wonder that her father, Yun Sanghai, had left the general's estate in anger. This little girl really didn't know what was good for her. Under such circumstances, she still didn't beg for mercy. Yun Ba couldn't help but feel angry. He had already given Yun Xing a way out. He only destroyed her sorcery and wouldn't hurt her in the slightest. However, if she had begged, perhaps he would have been soft-hearted and show mercy. However, this little girl had a thorny temper. Once she opened her mouth, she didn't give him any leeway at all. This made Yun Ba even more embarrassed. You are truly young and ignorant. In front of this old man, what's the use of saying no? To prevent others from saying that this old man is bullying the young, I will use 10% of my power to fight with you. If you can withstand 3 moves from this old man will let you go. Yunba's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared sternly at Yunxing. When Yun Songlong heard this, he was about to step forward but was stopped by a few secret guards of the Yun estate. It looked like she couldn't escape 3 moves from a martial saint. A faint trace of bitterness flashed through her heart. Yunxing smiled bitterly and walked forward. Then, old general, please show me your moves. Yunxing held the magic scepter in her hand and bowed with cupped fists. Chapter 220. Hiss, Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai both sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this girl crazy or stupid? Was she really going to exchange blows with Yunba? That was Yunba, the famous martial saint of Zhou State. Although Yunba had faded from the public eye over the years, the legends about him had never stopped in the great Zhou Empire. What kind of realm was the martial saint realm? To put it simply, if Yunba didn't like the Royal Magic Academy, he could raze it to the ground with a single combat technique. Yi Baiming frowned as he looked at Yunxing. There was no trace of fear on her face. You! Yunba's anger was stuck in his throat. It was as if he was seeing his eldest son, Yun Songhai, many years ago, using the same tone to break off relations with him. Why was it that none of them had any leeway to turn things around? Alright, watch carefully for the first move. Yunba hadn't fought with anyone in a long time. He didn't expect that this time, he would be fighting with a silly girl. Red gold combat energy flowed on the surface of Yunba's body. After a series of crackling sounds like beans being fried, Yunba roared and a fierce burst of combat energy burst forth from his fist. The color of the combat energy was dazzling, just like the fireball that Yunxing had released. However, the speed of the combat energy was several times faster than the fireball. Yunxing had no time to dodge. Her body was thrown back with a bang and smashed into the wall. A 2 to 3 meter wide depression immediately appeared on the wall. Yunxing fell to the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. In the private room, Yi Baiming felt a heavy blow to his chest. He felt a suffocating pain that instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if the one who had taken the blow wasn't Yunxing, but himself. Why did he feel this way? Yi Baiming couldn't help but feel suspicious. From the martial realm to the martial saint realm, battle techniques were usually only used at the very end. Yunba only needed to use the most basic moves, even if it was just a punch or a kick, to kill his opponent. His goal was very simple. He wanted to defeat Yunxing quickly. With the physique of an ordinary mage, a single hit like this would be enough to shatter all the bones in her body, shatter all her meridians, and leave her bedridden for half a year. It was fucking painful. The old man's speed and strength were indeed astonishing. Yunxing slowly stood up. She didn't even have the chance to recite a spell before she could do so. Little girl, you should just obediently let this old man cripple your Dharma soul. Yunba also sighed. From the Shin Nong medical bracelet, a stream of divine power quickly flowed out, desperately repairing Yunxing's shattered bones. Of his entire body, only those 3 strange tendons were still intact. Yunxing staggered and finally stood up straight. She licked the blood on her lips and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. The second move. Good. The second move. Yunba couldn't help but tremble. He hadn't been on the battlefield for many years. Who would have thought that today, he would be so excited by a junior whose cultivation was so much lower than his own? Yunxing was actually able to stand up after taking that move. This in itself was quite a big blow to Yunba. Yunba's body seemed to swell with fighting aura revolving around him. He suddenly stomped his foot. The strength of this stomp was like a magnitude 9 earthquake, and the entire floor of the restaurant exploded. This century-old restaurant had suffered a calamity today. The restaurant owner's eyes turned black, and he directly fainted. Yunba stomped his foot with a force of 10,000 kilograms. But the strange thing was, the floor of the restaurant didn't explode because of this stomp. The ground split into several pieces, and countless rocks rose from the ground. Each one was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and each one weighed over 200 kilograms. They were like countless earth spikes, like a stone prison, surrounding Yunxing tightly. Everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Yunxing. With her delicate body, how could she withstand several huge boulders that weighed 200 kilograms? Even if Yunxing used earth magic, it would be very difficult for her to break through these huge rocks. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yunba had experienced countless battles in his life, from the battlefield to personal combat. The reason he was able to reach the Martial Saint realm today was definitely not because of simple hard work. He was very good at analyzing his opponents. From an army with thousands of soldiers and horses to a cultivator of the same level as him, Yunba could analyze his opponent's weakness in the shortest amount of time. Yunxing was a fire and earth magic master, which meant that she could use earth and fire magic, and at least one of them was at the same level. But even if she used earth spikes, it would be impossible for her to shatter the huge rocks. Yunba couldn't help but feel a little proud. He laughed loudly and said, "Little girl, you'd better beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll be trapped to death under these huge rocks." Just as Yunba was feeling proud, a dark shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye quickly climbed up the huge rocks. Yi Baiming suddenly stood up. He leaned forward and looked at the huge rocks in disbelief. He could feel the soul in his body becoming restless. This feeling. It wasn't unfamiliar. It was as if he had found something that he had lost for a long time. The huge rocks trembled. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Earth spikes that looked like the fangs of wild beasts instantly shattered the huge rocks with incredible strength and speed. The moment the huge rocks shattered, several flame bursts smashed towards Yunba like meteors. Yunba's face was filled with shock and astonishment. It looked very comical. How was this possible? What kind of earth spikes did she practice? They could actually shatter huge rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms in an instant. This was heaven-defying. Yunba naturally didn't know that ordinary earth spikes were able to shatter huge rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms. These were mid-level darkness spikes that Yunxing had fused with the darkness thorns. With one stab, even the toughest ore could be pierced through instantly. When she pierced through the ore, she also instantly released several flame bursts. Courtesy was not reciprocated. It was definitely Yunxing. However, Yunxing had still underestimated Martial Saint Yunba. Although the flame bursts were more than 10 times faster than fireballs, and their power was even more shocking, Yunba couldn't injure Yunba. However, how could Yunba be injured by a few mere flame explosions? A layer of pure gold battle chi floated on the surface of Yunba's body. His cheeks contracted as he forcefully inhaled a breath of air. Yunba inhaled and exhaled. The fighting aura in his chest was quickly compressed and spat out with a puff. That fighting aura was swift, fast, and sharp. In midair, it transformed into a fierce fighting aura tiger. Everyone said that magic was dazzling and battle techniques were simple. However, when one's fighting aura was trained to the extreme, it could also transform into a fierce beast like magic. The fierce tiger bent its 4 limbs on the ground. It looked like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The fighting aura tiger raised its head and roared. Facing the burning flame bursts, it was done in one move. Boom! The fighting aura tiger swallowed the flame bursts. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. After swallowing the flame bursts, it pounced even more ferociously. Aiming at Yunxing, its claws slashed down like an axe. Thank you Shui Ren, Empty Lane of the City of Brisk, Yi Zi, and Yan Xiaoji for your tips. I won't say anything else. Tomorrow, the wild cat and the fox will reunite. On Monday, I'll make the ranking. Chapter 221. Not good. Yunba's face drained of color as soon as the fierce tiger appeared. Just now, Yunxing's attack had been extremely fast, and he had reacted almost instinctively. This fierce fighting aura tiger had reached 50% of his usual strength. The fierce tiger descends the mountain, crushing an army of 1,000. His original intention was to cripple that little girl's Dharma soul, not take her life. But it was already too late to stop him now. At this moment, Yunxing also knew that she was doomed. She didn't expect that she would die at the hands of her own grandfather. In the midst of this crisis, a pair of angry gray eyes barged into Yunxing's vision. She only felt a pair of strong hands around her waist. As the world spun, she saw Yi Baiming. He used his back to block that fatal blow for her. The smell of blood filled the air. The fierce fighting aura tiger's paw slashed down, forcibly tearing off a large piece of flesh from Yi Baiming's body. Little wild cat, we meet again. Yi Baiming's thin, blade-like lips curled up. His gray eyes were like stars that filled the sky. Why was he here? Yi Baiming's appearance suddenly changed the situation. Yunba immediately withdrew his fighting aura. He had come in a hurry and didn't expect that there would be someone else in the private room upstairs. Moreover, this person was Yi Baiming, the Northern Underworld King. Although Yi Baiming was the dethroned former crown prince, he was still a member of Zhou State's imperial family. Injuring him was a crime of disobedience. Even Yunba couldn't disregard this. Northern Underworld King, how could you? This is a matter between this old subject and the little girl. Your Highness has broken the rules by intervening halfway. Yunba's face was full of vexation. 3 moves had passed, but Yunba still hadn't defeated the little girl. According to their previous agreement, he had to let Yunxing go. However, as the martial sage of Zhou State, it was already very impolite for him to teach a junior girl a lesson. If word got out that he couldn't defeat Yunxing in 3 moves, he would lose all his face. Yi Baiming didn't look too good. That attack just now had been extraordinarily powerful. Fortunately, it had landed on him. If it had landed on the person in his arms, he was afraid that there was no fear. From now on, as long as he was around, no one would be able to hurt the little wild cat. Seeing that Yunba was still pestering her endlessly, Yunxing was also angered. Old General Yun, you keep saying that you want to get justice for Yun Sangxue and her son. Dare I ask, what is justice? Could it be that the so-called justice is because they are members of the Yun family? Yunxing mocked. Her eyes faintly sparkled, but she felt that it was not worth it for her father and herself. Then what if I say that my surname is Yun and my name is Xing, and my father is Yun Sanghai? Yunba's tall body shook violently as if he had been struck by lightning. Yun Sanglang and Yun Sangxue were also shocked. Yun Yu stammered, I remember now. You are that dirty girl. That's right, it's me. 2 years ago, when my father was seriously ill, he told me that I still had family in the Jade Capital. I was full of hope and brought him to the Jade Capital, but who knew that I would be refused entry to the Martial Sage General's estate? Today, the Martial Saint General's estate humiliated me once again. I, Yunxing, swear that from today onwards, I will never take half a step into the General's estate. Yunxing's words were filled with anger and accusation. Her eyes were about to spit fire. In Yi Baiming's arms, the body trembling from anger made Yi Baiming's heart ache. She had gone through so much in these 2 years. It was no wonder that he couldn't recognize her. In Banana Leaf Village, that crafty and clever little wild girl had become calm and sharp. At that moment, Yi Baiming felt a kind of loneliness from her. That kind of loneliness made his heart ache. At that moment, he wanted to hug her tightly and comfort her. Little wild cat, let's go home. Yi Baiming's heart ached, but at the same time, he rejoiced. If he hadn't felt the familiar fluctuation of the dark spiritual soul on Yunxing's body, he would have missed her. Home, where was her home? After Yunxing's anger, she felt physically and mentally exhausted. Luckily, Yi Baiming was supporting her. The two of them walked out of the restaurant, leaving behind the dumbfounded Qingbai, Bu Jiuxiao, and the rest of the Yun family. Ah, hello old General Yun, hello General Yun. Congratulations to young General Yun for recovering your left hand. Congratulations to old General Yun for reuniting with your grandchild. Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao hurriedly followed after Yi Baiming. Under the glares of the people of the residence of Yun, Qingbai spouted a bunch of nonsense. In his heart, he was cursing Yi Baiming. So what if his legs are long? He can run faster than a rabbit. He's a classic example of someone who only cares about the opposite sex. Are the two of you from the Wushuan Everlasting School? Today's matter involves the Yun family. I hope the two of you won't leak it out. The only one who was still somewhat clear-headed was Yun Songlong. General Yun, don't worry. Today's matter, especially Divine Dr. Yan's background, we definitely won't leak it out. But we also have a presumptuous request. It's related to the Northern Nether King. Today, the Northern Nether King and we didn't appear in the restaurant. Bu Jiuxiao also politely returned the greeting. Yi Baiming was able to block Yun Ba's fatal attack. His strength, Yun Songlong immediately understood. He and Bu Jiuxiao nodded tacitly. Only then did Bu Jiuxiao pull away Qingbai, who was full of nonsense, and leave. Yun Songlong looked at his father with a pained expression. He should have realized it long ago. Little Yan was his eldest brother's daughter. Her temper, her appearance, her shocking talent for magic, and her special magic scepter all proved that she was his eldest brother's daughter. Finally, his eldest brother brought his daughter back, but they were rejected by his so-called family. Father, third sister, I'm too disappointed in the two of you. Father, before eldest brother left, he said that you were stubborn. For the sake of the family's glory, you didn't hesitate to invert right and wrong. I even tried to explain it for you, but now it seems that it's true. Third sister, second brother doesn't object to you inheriting the family business. But if there comes a day when you disgrace the Yun family for your own selfish desires, I'll be the first to not let you off. After today, the Yun family army and I will leave the general's residence and have nothing to do with each other. Yun Songlong finished speaking and walked out with Huang Ke. When Yun Ba regained his senses, the restaurant was already empty. My surname is Yun Songhai. My father is Yun Songhai. That's right, that child's temper was exactly the same as Songhai's when he was young. The way she used the magic scepter and the way she used magic was exactly the same as her father's. That was because she was his granddaughter. She also knew medicine and could cure a strange illness that even the great doctors of the Medicine Emperor's pavilion couldn't. The girl's eyes were filled with determination and disdain. She was Songhai's daughter, his own granddaughter. She had returned, but because of his ignorance and protectiveness, she was rejected at the door. In a day, Yun Ba experienced the reunion of his family, but also the abandonment of his loved ones. Just now, she said that Songhai was seriously ill. What happened to Songhai? What happened to his son, the one he was proud of and the one who gave him the most headaches? Could it be that I was wrong? Yun Ba was on the verge of collapse. He closed his eyes in pain. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.